Good evening. We are going to call this meeting to order. This is a regularly scheduled school board meeting of the Ramona Unified School District, and today is Thursday, June 26th. We will start our meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. Will you please join me? Welcome to members of the audience, and thank you for joining us tonight. We do have a full quorum. We did go into closed session, We have one item to report out as a result of closed session. The Board of Trustees met in closed session over the past few months to conduct a comprehensive performance evaluation of Superintendent Dr. Thurman. We are pleased to report that the board has concluded its evaluation to determine that Dr. Thurman's performance has been satisfactory. I'll have some comments on that in just a sec. We look forward to continuing our work together in support of our students, staff, and the community. And the process is set up to report out that it is either satisfactory or not satisfactory. So that is not to be interpreted as he's just okay. I will give my personal opinion on it. I believe he's much better than just okay. But the process calls for either satisfactory or not satisfactory. That is the only item we have to report out on closed session. Mr. Dome, will you please read the instructions for addressing the governing board?
The Ramona Unified School District welcomes your participation at the district school board meetings. Your participation assures us of continuing community interest in our schools. To assist you in the ease of speaking and participating in our meetings, the following guidelines are provided. Orange request to be heard cards are available to all audience members who wish to speak on any agenda item or under the category of item E, public comment. These presentations are limited to 3 minutes per person or 15 minutes per item. Submit completed orange cards to the board recording secretary in advance of the item presentation. Orange request to be heard cards will not be accepted once the agenda item has commenced. Speakers are asked to direct all comments to the members of the board. All participants are asked to be respectful of other speakers when they are addressing the board. Public comment is set aside for members of the audience to raise issues that are not specifically on the agenda. These presentations are limited to 3 minutes per person or 15 minutes per item. Public comments may be submitted online at the link listed at the top of the agenda. Please note that electronically submitted comments will be printed and distributed to board members and will not be read aloud during the meeting.
Thank you, sir. Next item on the agenda is item C5, which is approval of the agenda.
I move approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Next item is item C6, which is the approval of the consent calendar.
Would like to ask to pull items C7 and H2 from the consent calendar and consider them separately, please.
Okay, I have C7 and H2. Okay, is there a second for that? Was that a motion?
That was a motion, yes, please.
Okay, is there a second for that motion?
I'll second it.
Got a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Also, motion carries unanimously. Next item on the agenda is item C7. Maya, you asked to have it pulled? It's all yours.
Yes, I wanted to make some corrections to some of my board member comments. First of all, I want to commend Karina for her exceptional ability to accurately and thoroughly capture all elements of board member comments. It's no easy task to record everything being said, especially with accuracy and attention to detail, but Karina consistently does an outstanding job. So in the May 8th meeting minutes, I noticed a couple of details I wanted to adjust in my board member comment that I didn't notice last time. My apologies. Instead of remove it from district policy, in one board member comment, could it be please replaced with remove ethnic studies from the administrative regulation 6143 courses of study?
Are you saying that
So I asked to
the
remove not from
comments
the
are
policy.
inaccurate?
Yeah, I asked to remove not from the policy, but from AR numbers, a certain number.
Okay, can you send the superintendent that in writing, and he can have these minutes corrected, and we will vote on them again in our next meeting?
I mean,
Is it just
Can we
one,
choose just
is it
now?
just one line item, or is it?
Is it inaccurate?
that's correct, yes.
Okay, so will you please send the corrections to the superintendent, and they can review the tapes and make the corrections, and then we will, I'm assuming, will the board bring this back at our next meeting for approval?
Also, yeah, when I said funding, it says funding. I just had my tapped app notes from, I was reading them from my computer. I was talking about federal funding, not just any funding. In May, 9 minutes of, there are also some corrections. In the phrase called for updates to the district's website and administrative regulations to reflect the change, I would like to add called for updates to district website and for removal of ethnic studies from administrative regulations 6143 to reflect the change. And I will email it, yes.
And we're talking about June 9th, correct?
Yes.
Okay,
And in the phrase, she also reiterated previous requests to remove the absolutely true diary of a part-time Indian, add agenda item before request. So I was making agenda item requests, not just requests.
okay.
And also from the revised secondary core literature list for grade 7-12 and prohibit its use in any curriculum within Ramona Unified School District. That's what I was asking.
Okay,
Also, I noticed the 3 documents I brought to the June 9 meeting were not attached as supplemental handouts provided by the board members. Karina typically does when I bring reference materials for an agenda item. I had printed copies available for the public at that meeting, and I also emailed the documents to Karina in advance so she would attach them to the meeting minutes. For the records, the titles of those documents referenced at the June 9 meeting are in chronological order. Ethnic Studies Updates, Post-May Revise, May 16th, 25. Another document was Legal and Fiduciary Warning, Objection to Ramon Unified School District's proposed mandate of ethnic studies via English curriculum, and also Ethnic Studies Memo from May 20th, 2025. These are the documents I'm talking about, and I have additional copies for the public if needed, and I have them with me today as well again. So could you please make sure they are added online to the June 9 meeting minutes, and also to today meeting minutes possibly, since I referenced them again. Yeah, I will email the changes, yes.
nah. Sure, go ahead.
Thank you, Mrs. Phillips. Because those weren't agendized, we are not able to have them available or even discuss them because they were not on the agenda. So that's a Brown Act violation for us. So that's why those documents are not allowed to be discussed here. It can be an agenda item, which we've had numerous items on ethnic studies. So that's the place for those items. But without an agendized item, it cannot be discussed in a public board meeting.
Agenda item
Thank
with
you.
board member comment.
But it's not an agenda item, so it can't be brought up, especially to provide information to the public when it wasn't agendized and the public didn't have an opportunity to come to hear whatever you were going to say about that comment. It's a disservice to our community, and it defies the purpose of an open, regular board meeting. Thank
So
you.
there are some limitations what the board member can comment on at the board member comment?
Yes, there are. It's all part of Brown Act. Thank you.
So, what I'm gathering is that, is anybody prepared to move to approve and accept these minutes tonight for either meeting?
I propose that we table it and bring it back at the next meeting because there needs to be these changes.
Thank you, sir.
It should accurately reflect what each, board member has said.
Okay, that's sort of what I was looking for. Any objection to us tabling it and bring it back to the next meeting? Okay,
I'll second it.
I don't think we need a motion. I think direction is fine. Just to table it and bring it back next time. So without a motion, it would not be voted on. You comfortable with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Mrs. Phillips, you'll send us the changes that you referenced?
Yes.
All right,
Yes, I
thank
will.
you very much.
All right, moving on. The next item on the agenda is,
Remembering that it's just a brief summary of what was said. It's not a transcript.
thank you.
So, the
Okay.
topics, but not.
And our meetings are available. They're recorded. They're available to any member of the public who wishes to get them from YouTube or get them from the district.
Can I just make a comment? Just for clarity, it's been my understanding that in your public comment, you can make a comment about something and suggest that direction is to bring it to the next board as an agenda item. However, once that's done, you can't discuss that.
Correct.
But you can just say that there's this concern, I think, that we should put it as, on as an agenda item. So there could be that. If it's something like correspondence or something that we need to know that is never going to be on an agenda item, then that's where you can give your comments. And it's perfectly appropriate for that.
Well, in
So-
fact, when we added board member comments to our monthly school board agendas, it was really just intended to be a minute or two, not really a platform for board members to express their own personal position on any topics.
Right, that's why I said you address it as, let's bring it as an agenda item. The other thing I wanted to say is that it used to be practice on this board that we would look at the minutes, and literally every single minutes that we had were edited and changed every single time. I don't think Darren was
I
here on
think
the
it's
board with
because
that.
I
we
don't
just were
remember that,
giving
yeah.
so much detail in the minutes at that time that there
Something.
was always something to pick apart, right?
I thought it was just Don wanted to be heard, I don't know.
And I would just add, per legal counsel, if there is a comment about an item that is requested to be agendized, that's when the board president can ask the board if that's an item that they would like to hear. And then we would go with board direction in that.
Thank you.
And then one additional comment, I would ask that board members, if there is a specific request or ask, route it through the superintendent specifically and not staff. Let's remember, staff does not work for us. We cannot, nor should we, give work assignments to staff members. Just a reminder for all.
Right.
All right, moving on. Next item on the agenda is item D1, which is a report from the California School Employees Association, Chapter 733. I don't see anybody moving forward. We will move on. Next item on the agenda is item D2, which is a report from the Ramona Teachers Association. Same thing here. I don't see anybody coming forward. Next item on the agenda, therefore we will move on. Next item on the agenda is item E1, which is a request to address the board. Do we have any public request for public comment?
No.
All
This
right.
would be for
I haven't
items
received
not on the agenda?
Specifically, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, we will move on. Next item on the agenda is item F2, which is a report of information on local indicators of the California School Dashboard. Roger's favorite.
Not really.
Good evening, Governing Board. As required by the California School Dashboard and our local control funding formula, Ramona Unified has completed the self-reflection on our local indicators. We actually report out to the board throughout the year more timely than the requirements of the state. The requirements of the state are that we tell you about our local indicators at the same time that you approve the LCAP plan. But we've already presented the survey data to you. We've already presented test data, local data, all of those things. So the bulk of our local indicators have already come in front of the board previously. Some highlights that haven't come in front of the board that are included in the linked local indicator report would be that we have 100% of our students have access to standards aligned materials, that 8 of our facilities were identified as having deficiencies under the good repair standard, and that teacher assignments, that 94% of our teachers are appropriately credentialed. The rest of the local indicators as reported have been shared out previously. One thing to note that we are correcting for the 25-26 school year is under the access of a broad course of study. One of the requirements is that we offer Spanish beginning in 7th grade, and this year we did not offer Spanish at middle school. There was a teacher resigned and that position wasn't replaced, and so we're correcting that in the 25-26 school year. So that is the one area that is reported on the local indicators where Ramona did not meet, but we met local indicators because all we have to do is tell you in order to meet it. So that is the presentation of the local indicators, unless you have any other questions about them. Most of your questions have been answered in previous board presentations.
Any questions for staff on this? All right. Thank you very much. We will move on to the next item on the agenda, which is item F3. This is the first reading of recommended updates to Board Policy 6161.1, Selection and Evaluation of Instructional Materials.
Tonight we bring forward Board Policy 6161.1, which is the selection and evaluation of instructional materials. You'll note throughout this revision the bold items are the additions to the policy, most of which are just ed code, until you follow to the 3rd page where it says parental rights regarding core literature sections. As a result of discussion of the board and request to have parents play a more active role in the core literature that is presented in a classroom, we have added the opt-out. We already have the protocol. Am I on the wrong one?
No, I think I am.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm
No, that's okay. I just don't want to keep.
At the moment. Am I working from an outdated agenda? F3, where are we?
And this is the parental.
Okay, all right, gotcha. All right, thank you, I am on track now.
So practice at the school sites has been, if a family has a concern about a core literature text, they contact the teacher and the principal, and Ramona Unified figures out an alternative assignment. What we're doing tonight is putting this in bold as a part of policy, so that we're making sure that even when we don't have the principal at the school that we have right now, or that we had in the past, or the teachers there, that it's kind of codified for Ramona Unified, that parents will have, according to Ed Code, the rights, and that we will have the opportunity for an alternative text. Whatever that might be. This did stem from those previous units that we looked at before, some of those texts that we discussed previously, but this isn't just for that course, or, I mean, that course isn't happening. So it's not just for that, it's just for the policy, it's just for Ramona Unified moving forward. So if a family has a concern about a text, they can submit it. And we're also adding in here, Ed Services has added in here that they will be notified every year of those core literature selections, and that the link is on the website. It already is on the website, but we're just continuing to have that codified in board policy. So this is a discussion possible action item. Really, the only changes are Ed Code except for that parental rights piece. That's just an add for Ramona Unified based on board discussion at the last few board meetings in regards to certain text.
Thank you. Are there any questions for staff on this?
Yes, I had a question.
Okay.
And I had also some corrections to the text as well. So I noticed this CSBA issued these recommendations 2 years ago, in 2023. Given that I have repeatedly, both orally and in writing, requested an agenda item to remove the book, The Absolutely True Diary of a part-time Indian from the revised secondary core literature list for grades 7 to 12, from all other approved instructional materials lists, and to prohibit its use in any Ramona Unified curriculum, citing its grossly racist and generally inappropriate content. And I have received no response from either the superintendent or the board president, which is in violation of our bylaws and governance protocols. Despite the fact that I was voicing the concerns of parents in our district, I have to ask, is the decision to bring this board policy forward now, based on CSBA recommendations from 2 years ago, is an effort by the board president and superintendent who control the agenda setting process? Is an effort to block my continued efforts to address this book and to prevent it from ever being placed on the agenda? I don't know if you can answer
Are there any other comments?
that. Was a question.
That's a question?
Yeah.
The answer is no.
Okay.
Roger, did you have a question?
Well, this is our first reading, so I have some things that I'd like to see added. Is what I. So the first one is under paragraph 2.
Page 1?
Yeah. Page. Let me be more detailed.
Sorry, brother.
Page 1, paragraph 2. When you talk about, this is talking about the purpose of what we're doing with these instructional materials and how we're essentially meeting curricular standards, supporting student achievement, and so on. But in there, that first sentence is very long with lots of commas. But somehow we need to say, and we'll also meet age appropriateness. So somehow that needs to be in there because that is required, but we're not really saying it. We kind of say it when we say throughout grade levels, but age appropriateness, what I believe that means is sometimes we have texts that might be at a higher reading level or would have inappropriate things in it that would not be for a certain grade level. And so it would only be for a higher grade level. Do you know what I mean?
Can I
Yeah.
ask a question? In the first paragraph,
Okay.
it says, "The board's adoption of instructional materials shall be based on the determination of such materials are effective learning resources to help students achieve grade level competency and beyond, and that meet criteria specified in law while reflecting local requirements." Could we add right there, age appropriate?
Yeah. I just need it.
Or
I mean,
even like grade level age appropriate competency?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just need it to be in there where
There.
appropriateness, because sometimes things are literally, I mean, it's all in good intentions, but sometimes we choose something that is just over a kid's head. Or, like I said, it's not really appropriate. Then the other thing, this is something, what I'm going to say now, I've repeated myself like year after year. Okay? So if you go in page 2, down to 1, 2, 3, it's the 4th paragraph where it lists math, science, history, English, world language, and health. So what I'm asking for is that we add a 7 and we put in electives. We're doing it anyway. We should put it in there. It does not have to be cited by education code, but I think that we should put it in there because that has been our practice and that's our intent. We want everything. We want to meet
Sufficiency of materials for every course.
for every
Right.
single course. That's
Yeah.
what we want to do. We should add it in. I mean, we just went through fire science too. That should. We don't have to say fire science, but we say elective course curriculums. I would like to see that in there.
Any
Is that
opposition to that? Okay.
Okay. So that would be, all of our electives, arts, and then college prep courses, and then, of course, CTE courses. And then, what was the other one? On the, let's see, the parental rights one, I think it's important that we literally use the words opt in and opt out. I think that's really important that we actually use that language because that's language that's kind of universal everywhere. And right now, the federal government is actually having this discussion about this because there's been issues about opting in and opting out. I don't know what they're going to do, but there might be some language drafted on that, which would be great to have some kind of guideline.
So
But-
could it just be in that paragraph heading, parental rights / opt out regarding core literature selections?
Opt in and opt out.
Sure.
So let me kind of explain
Yes,
what
I understand the difference, and I think
Well,
you're right.
Yeah, but I don't think I think the problem is that the way that we go about it, everything really is an opt-out, not really an opt-in. So an opt-in would be like everybody in the class has to send in a paper
Right.
saying that
A
they opt
permission
in
slip
for
of some
something,
sort.
which
Right.
is very unusual. It does require a lot more or extra work, but I think that some things can only be done that way. So, for example, which I mentioned 2 board meetings ago, what if you have a movie like Glory, which is a rated R movie? We typically don't show rated R movies without parent consent, but that movie, it's not uncommon to show. So that would be an opt-in,
Right.
okay? So I think it makes more sense for it to be an opt-in than an opt-out. So that's kind of my reasoning. So, anyway,
I think the challenge with an opt-in from a classroom perspective
Yeah.
would be that if you don't get it from a parent and you don't chase down a parent to get it, then the student is excluded from the work. And
Right.
one, and two, if you have some parents opting in, like that creates not a cohesive lesson for a teacher for a whole class. It's different if you have 1 student or 2 students opting out versus now I've got 10 doing this opt out and 10 doing, it's creating a definite workload concern for teachers.
so you are speaking to a teacher too.
Yeah.
And I see that perfectly fine. I can tell you numerous times I've had to have literally 2 different curriculums because I chose something that I knew that was going to be questioned, but I felt that it was valuable, and so I provided 2 different assignments. It was perfectly fine. And,
So
and we
my
have to do
question
that
would be, what
anyway.
if a parent opts out of both or doesn't opt into any? So that's where the opt-in is a little bit of a concern for me,
Right.
just in that if we opt out, it's on the parent to like not actively want their student to do it. The opt-in is one getting
It's requiring the parents to be more involved than some parents may be.
correct,
And it's putting that burden onto
Correct.
the kid,
and the teacher.
which just might be not something that some households is very easily accomplished.
Right.
I think it's more rare to have somebody not opt into anything at all. Usually they take the other choice. When you provide 2 choices, they're gonna typically pick one of them.
I mean, we have students who can't get their parents to sign a field trip permission slip.
Well, that was
right?
gonna be my next
You know,
example.
which is like, we're going to take the class to the zoo. It's not going to cost you
Yeah.
anything during the school day. And we have some families that just doesn't.
And you'll have a number of
happen.
kids, and it can be sometimes quite a few.
Right. So I don't want to see that. I don't want to see where we create more of that kind of thing that puts stress on a student to try and pin their parents down on a topic if we can handle it with the opt-out.
Right. Well, I think there are some situations, and I'm trying to not bring up any textbooks, where that could be the case, where an opt-in actually makes more sense.
Yeah.
But anyways, I think they both need to be in here, and then we can decide later about what needs to be opt-in and what needs to be opt-out. But one thing I want to make, I'm just saying this in caution. Do not create a practice that we only have an opt-out because it's convenient. We should never be doing that. That is an absolute mistake. We should only be doing things because we feel that it is best for student learning. It should all be centered around and focused on student learning. And so we choose the path that is going to be best for student learning, not the path that's going to be the easiest for the teacher.
What's an example of that? I can't visualize that.
Well, like I was just saying, that you could have two different lessons. One could be a project,
Oh.
okay? And that project could be delivered in, say, a student has to write a written proposal in a Word document. Another one could be, well, you don't have to do it in a Word document. You could do it in a PowerPoint and presentation. So you give two different delivery methods, right? And so in this case, the kid's opting in because they're choosing which one they're going to do.
But the kid doesn't opt in, the parent does.
Well, in this case, that could be a student opting in, but if it's something where a parent would have to opt in, depending upon what you're, offering, then in that case, the parent would have to choose,
Sure.
which one it would be.
Okay.
We're talking about instructional materials here.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you could also do it like this. You could have three different, teachers, we give a lot of options. You could have three options. One would be the standard one that everybody does. The other one, and if you don't like it, you could opt out of that. The other one, you could opt into the next subject, into the next one. So you could have three different choices. I've seen that too.
Dan, what are your thoughts?
Anyways, I'm just saying.
I agree that parental rights is primary here, especially in choosing curriculum. And whatever means we can give them to make them feel that they have a voice in what their student is learning, I'm in favor of. Keep it as simple as we can, but give them the option with verbiage that is short and to the point.
The option in or the option out?
Option in complicates the entire picture. The issue is primarily one of optioning out of material that the parent would find inappropriate. So I'm for optioning out, given
And the last sentence, I just want to have clarification. It says, and students will not be penalized academically for opting out of the original assignment, and then if I add and text there, and then up above, where it says parent rights and responsibilities, the district shall provide parents and guardians the opportunity to request an alternative text and opt out of core text and accompanying assignments. Would that be?
So the only thing that I would say is, if you're the one kid that opts out, everybody learns that pretty quickly, and then all the kids shun you and say, "What's wrong with you?" That's why I don't really like only opt-outs. It's better to have a combination.
Well,
However, it's up to the teacher on how they're going to deliver that. But I think putting it in the policy, both options, is a good idea, and then let the teachers decide. But
so what if going back to where we started on this paragraph, what if the paragraph heading did say parental rights regarding opt-in / opt-out core literature selections? And then we can use the opt-in where it's appropriate because we've mentioned it here in our policy.
I don't think it's just core literature
I
selections.
agree.
I think it's
That it's not just literature.
it's
even.
all materials.
Right.
Yeah, they can anybody. The way the law is, anybody can opt out of any material.
I thought the same thing.
And-
This doesn't need to be particular to literature, right? This
Right.
could be
It shouldn't be.
film and anything
Should
else.
be anything at all.
We have different policies for
Okay.
different, like for film,
Mediums?
for mediums or different things like that. This particular section is just about core literature.
Okay.
Because our students couldn't opt out of our core textbook.
Right.
Right? So they could opt out of the video
A
or the
novel or
movie or
okay.
a novel
Yeah,
or
something
something
else
like
assigned.
that, right? But the actual like textbook that we purchased that the board approves, a student couldn't say, I'm opting out of our CPM curriculum, make
The
me
whole
something
thing,
different,
right.
So really we're
Right.
talking about on a different scale. We're talking about the core literature, you're talking about film, those types of things.
So being that this is specific to core literature, do we think it's appropriate to look at our policy and consider revision to policies related to other types of materials
I like your idea of opt in and opt out because
in the heading?
if you have a book that is college level, you're not going to give that to all the kids.
Right.
And that gives them an opt-in.
Had some comments on the text. I was curious, maybe we can define some things better, because the board policy has only instructional materials in its title, and then in several other places we see an extended version which says any textbook, instructional material, supplemental instructional material, or other curriculum or for classroom instruction, or any book or other resource. And then on page 3, all of a sudden we see the phrase board approved core literature shows up. But the policy is not
So-
about that.
So
We need
ag-
to define the term instructional materials. What's in it?
all of the above
Of the what?
are instructional materials, everything.
So
you
it
just
includes
listed.
board approved core literature.
The board did approve the core literature.
No, I mean instructional materials do include board approved core literature. Is it correct?
Yes.
So then we can change the term, replace board approved core literature with instructional materials on page 3 in the context of parents opting out.
No, because
Why not? You
a
said it's
student
included.
cannot opt out of a board-approved textbook. And that is also instructional materials.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't remove core literature from this section that's added. This is not a CSBA section, this is a Ramona Unified
Okay.
section. And we can't remove the core literature component out and just say instructional materials, because then you would be allowing a student to opt out of our math book and opt out of our history book and opt out of all of the millions of dollars of adoptions that we go through, and that we can't ask teachers to create curriculum for every single course that we offer.
Let's then include definition of what we understand under instructional materials. So we see that it's textbook, is supplemental instructional material. Can parents opt out of that?
No. I mean, piece
Can
by
they?
piece.
Yeah, individual parts.
Right.
Yeah.
portions.
Supplemental instructional materials, can they opt out of that? So we need to define what parents can opt out of, not only core literature list, but supplementals, other curriculum, or classroom instruction, or
I
any.
think we have other board policies, though, that do talk about supplemental materials.
We do, and we
Right.
have, and the process for approval. So, for example, core, right? The board approves. The board looks at all of the core literature. The board looks at all of the textbooks. Any core instructional material that every student is going to have in their classroom, the board approves. The board has the ultimate say in what gets put in front of students.
Does the board approve supplemental instructional materials?
The board does not approve supplemental instructional materials. The principal and the assistant superintendent of education services approves supplemental instructional materials.
So I was okay. Now we have better understanding. So how to be more consistent with terminologies. Thank you for explaining it. Page 1, bottom, replace shall with may. It says
We can't, that's ed code.
no, it's not ed code, because I looked up the ed code. That and remove, which includes instructional materials for mathematics and English language arts that are aligned with common core standards. Ed code, and there are 2 ed codes. So, but actually, the ed code 60200 doesn't mention common core state standards at all. It only outlines what the state board shall do with regard to adopting of instructional
I'm
materials.
sorry, I thought you were reading the bottom, 6400, because you said the bottom of page 1. So you're looking at 60210 is the ed code you're looking at? Because there are 2 ed codes cited there.
That's it. That's what
Yeah.
that's what
And the ed code 60210 does mention common core standards and the state board, but it says a local educational agency may use instructional materials, not shall, may use instructional materials that are aligned with the academic content standards, including instructional materials that have not been adopted by the state board pursuant to section 60200. So may. So they don't have to be aligned or adopted by the state board. So the education agency may use instructional materials. Asking to replace shall with may, because I did read the ed code. And 60210 does say education agency may use,
So
including those that have not been adopted by state board.
So in K-8, the state provides adopted materials that the district must use. If we go off of that list, if we do not use that list, The robust process that we have to do to go off of that list is just like what the state had to do to approve those materials. So I think that was why the intention of the board previously, because it's not bold, this is what the previous board
Yes,
approved,
I know.
right? Is because that process is so rigorous, the intention is that we would follow whatever the state board has recommended and gone through that rigorous process to approve. That would be there's probably many of you on this board that approved this policy previously, and I would venture to say that's why that shall is there.
then maybe let's remove this ed code reference since that's not what it says.
But it does reference this piece down here, this part of ed code.
So let me jump in
it's a
here.
combination of.
So going through this suggestion that we remove that shall and replace it with may, is there support on the board to do that?
No. Not for me.
It really doesn't matter to me. It says the same thing.
So give me a thumbs up, thumbs down. Dan?
I like shall.
Okay? And we got a shall,
I'm fine with it being may. It could be either.
and I'm a shall, so can we move on? Can we agree to move on?
Yeah.
Page 1 bottom, strike or remove the last sentence. I think it's very vague and general. The last sentence says the board shall adopt instructional materials for grades 9 to 12 upon determining that the materials meet the criteria specified in law and accompanying administrative regulations. Well, it only references only one specific ed code paragraph, which talks about diversity and inclusion. It does not talk about what says in this sentence. And
Okay,
of course we follow the law, and we don't need to insert this phrase in every board policy.
Okay. We have a suggestion, is there support to strike the last sentence?
I don't think you can, because the paragraph before it says we're selecting, and then that paragraph says we're adopting. Those are two different things.
So am I interpreting that as you're not in favor of striking that last sentence?
Right, but I just wanted to clarify
Perfect.
what they are.
Appreciated.
I'm good.
With the sentence in place or striking it?
With a sentence in place.
Okay? Don?
With it in place, I'm just a quick look at Ed Code 60400, and it does not appear to be focused on DEI.
Okay?
There's a lot of other things here, but not that.
Okay, and
That I
I'm
see
in
cursory lit.
favor of leaving it.
Page 3, prohibition
can we move
against
on?
refusal to approve or prohibit the use of specified...
Where are you?
Page
Page
3.
3,
Where on page 3?
prohibition.
Third.
Prohibition against refusal
Paragraph.
to approve or prohibit the use of specified instructional materials. This sentence
heading.
reminded me so much of math, like minus, plus, minus, plus. So what do we end up with? So it's a very cumbersome phrase from my perspective. Maybe better we use something else like prohibition on denying approval or banning the use of specific instructional materials. Or more slightly formal tone, prohibition against withholding approval of restricting the use of designated instructional materials.
So is that your suggestion, the last sentence you made?
I had two suggestions.
Okay?
One was prohibition on denying.
Okay, can we stop there and have board comment on it? Is there support for that alteration?
I think that's just like a paragraph heading.
It is.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, the spacing of it
It's
makes
the
it look like a
title.
standalone statement. Maybe we could add a line space in there to show that it actually is part of, it's the heading
It's
for the paragraph that follows
It's
it.
the heading for the ed code that follows it.
Right.
Right.
So
It does
then-
make it a little confusing the way
So
it's just,
Basically, all
The way
this
it's
is
mapped out.
saying is that students are allowed to use the materials in the library.
So we would do, yeah.
And
what do we end
that
up with?
that the board or district cannot refuse to approve a text based on something or prohibit a student from using those materials.
Right.
So it quotes Ed Code 243 at some point on that
Yes.
page.
Can we
Yeah.
finish this first topic?
Yeah.
So is there support for her suggestion?
I would just support changing the spacing so that it's really clear that that's a paragraph heading and not a statement on its own.
So what I'm hearing, and forgive me guys, I just want to make sure we get it right, is that I didn't see support for her suggestion. Is there support for Dawn's suggestion to change the spacing?
Can I interject just super fast?
Sure.
The spacing is the same. I think what's the challenge is it's all bold.
Right.
Yeah.
So the title will still be bold, but then the paragraph below will no longer be bold, and the paragraph above it will no longer be bold.
Thank you.
So the title will stick out as bold.
Because that will be bold
because
still.
that will be
Got
bold
it.
still, and then
Okay.
it will match the spacing of the other paragraphs.
I'm good
if
with
that's
that.
okay.
So
Thank you.
we're comfortable there
Yep.
so far? Maya, coming back to your second suggestion for that heading, what was your second suggestion?
Prohibition against withholding approval or restricting the use of designated instructional materials.
Okay. Is there any support for that one, for that suggestion?
I just played with an AI tool to see how it can maybe sound better.
Okay. I don't hear any. Now, forgive me, but is there support for the Roger and Don's conversation about parental rights regarding core literature, opt-in, opt-out? Did we resolve that?
I don't think we did.
Yeah.
We talked about opt-in, opt-out as being part of the paragraph heading,
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
so that it provides for the opportunity of an opt-in when appropriate, but also an opt-out. which
I
may
think
be
I remember
similar.
that.
Yeah.
Dan, you got some commentary on this?
I just want a clarification, Leslie, on something. We're talking about opt-in, opt-out, parents and students. Who actually pulls the trigger on opt-in and opt-out? Is it the student, the parent, combination thereof, or only the parent?
So in an opt-in situation, if we were to say that a teacher had to do an opt-in, then they would have to send home a permission slip and get every student to bring back a permission slip with a parent's signature that said that student could read that text.
So the answer is the parent pulls the trigger on the opt-in. Is that the same as opt-out?
Opt-out,
No.
so I wouldn't say the parent pulls well, I mean, I guess they would, but I think it's prompted by a teacher first sending home a permission slip and then chasing those down. On the opt-out, the parents are given and sent and notified in parent handbook, online, and all those things. Here are our texts, here's the syllabus, here's this information. You have the option, if you want, to send a note in and opt out of this textbook, or out of this text, this core literature.
Thank you for clarifying that.
So I had another
So you're going to
question.
be in it
Hang on.
unless your parent says, oh, I don't want my
Right,
kid to
right.
do that.
Right.
So, are we all comfortable with parental rights regarding core literature sections opt-in/opt-out as the heading?
I am.
Got
Yes.
one yes?
Yes.
We got two, we got, okay. Sorry, I just want to make sure we're doing it right, and we're bouncing around a lot, and that's
That's
my
okay.
fault.
No, you're trying
Um,
to get clarity. I think it's
Yeah,
okay.
and that's my fault for
I'm
bouncing
keeping
around.
up so
Yeah,
far.
We're
Okay.
with you. We're with
Thank
you.
you. Now, Maya, you had
Yeah.
something else?
Yeah, so in that paragraph about parental rights, it quotes Ed Code 60002 and 51501, but it also talks about core literature list, which is nowhere in Ed Code, but it quotes the Ed Code paragraphs quoted here only speak about textbooks and instructional materials. So I'm confused. Why are we quoting Ed Code that does not even mention core literature list when we're talking about core literature list, which no legislation governs?
The Ed Code isn't about core literature, it's about parent rights and responsibilities.
But those Ed codes only use terms, textbooks, and instructional materials.
Correct.
And
And these are instructional materials. Core literature is instructional materials.
but you said parents can't opt out of instructional materials, and you did say core literature is not part of instructional materials.
So, no, core literature is an instructional material.
So we need to define. We need to put somewhere
Let her
term what
finish,
we're
please.
defining.
Let her finish.
Core
Okay.
literature is an instructional material. So instructional materials are like this big umbrella of all kinds of things that happen inside of a classroom. Okay? The textbook that we adopt as a board, right, is an instructional material. The core literature that the board adopts and approves is an instructional material, right? We would not, I mean, I guess the board could say a parent could opt out of our textbook and give them that right, but then we might as well be independent study for every student. That is not something that is feasible. Core literature, that is feasible, because we can say, here we have we have Where the Red Fern Grows, and we have Hatchet, and we have these two about young boys and growing up and adventure and all these things, and a parent could opt between these two if that was so desired. That's the example I'm going to use right now. We can't do that with a textbook. So they're all instructional materials. They're all things that teachers use in a classroom in order to teach the standards to students. So anything that is used to help students learn is considered an instructional material. Anything.
Then still, why don't we give it clarity so we're not questioning what is not an instructional material? So can we just put it in the policy somewhere? Okay, instructional materials is a broad term, but what exactly we mean under that, and list everything. Textbooks, supplemental materials, core literature
I
list.
think that's what this says, like where it says the use of any textbook, instructional material, supplemental instructional material, other curriculum, classroom instruction,
But
any
it-
book or resource.
But it does not include core literature list.
But core literature is inside instructional material, and so therefore, yes, the prohibition of refusal and blah blah blah, that whole thing. Core literature would fall under that also, because it is an instructional material. So we couldn't say, for example, this particular part of Ed Code is talking about that you can't prohibit any book on the basis that includes a study of a certain role or contribution of any individual or group consistent with this Ed Code. That includes core literature. So we could add core literature to that list, but it's inferred in the instructional materials, any book. That's all a part, that encompasses core literature.
Thank you for explaining it. Yeah, by the way, all this, what you just said, prohibition and so forth, it's a new Ed Code 243, which was AB 1078, which CSBA at the time took a position to oppose. So CSBA was actually opposing this AB's
But it's still Ed Code.
became
it's still
prohibition.
law that we have to
So
follow.
do you have a
phrase.
suggestion for a change?
Yeah, I have a prohibition. So when I read, when I was reading Ed Code quoted here, so those two Ed Code paragraphs say that each district board shall provide for substantial teacher involvement in the section of instructional materials and shall promote.
Sorry, I'm lost. Where are you now?
I'm just reading the Ed Code 600.
So do you have a suggestion for a change to this paragraph?
I will tell what my suggestion is when, pardon me, what's your question?
Do you have a suggestion that we can engage on as a board?
Yes, the paragraph Ed Code 501 does not say anything about parents having to request an alternative text. So I propose to remove or strike that language where parents have to request an alternative text and assignment. I think that opt-out request should automatically trigger an offer of an alternative text without parents having to jump through the hoops of requesting
So
one.
is that whole thing your suggestion? Or is that your suggestion and commentary followed?
That's my suggestion. We need to simplify the process.
Okay? Is there support for that suggestion?
Yeah, I have a phrasing, I have language that proposed.
That's what
for
I was
that.
asking you
Yeah.
for.
Okay. The governing board recognizes that parents/guardians may hold religious beliefs, personal values, or moral convictions that differ from content presented in some board-approved instructional materials or core literature, instructional materials in support parental rights. In support of parental rights under Board Policy 5020, Parent Rights and Responsibilities, the district shall provide parents/guardians the opportunity to opt out when the content of instructional materials presents a conflict with their religious beliefs, personal values, or moral convictions. The request to opt out of instructional materials must be submitted in writing to the site principal or designee. When the opt-out request is made, a comparable alternative assignment aligned with the same academic standards and learning objectives shall be offered, and students will not be penalized academically for opting out of their original assignment.
Okay. Is there support for that change to this board
Because
policy?
I added religious beliefs and I removed having to request alternative assignments. So yeah.
Okay, is there support for that suggestion?
No, I feel that the language we have here regarding personal or cultural value, and the other words that we have in here, personal sensibilities, et cetera, is broader and gives the parents a whole lot more choice than being so specific about religion and, specific things, right? This is more broad. I also looked at the ed code that's here, and this really has to do with how we come up with our materials. So, just summarizing, 60002 seems to be a lot more about how we select materials in the first place. It's not about opting in or opting out or what parents do. Yes, this is the process of how we come up with our materials in the first place. And then the other ed code, which I have no problem with, the other ed code referenced here, 51501, that has a lot to do with, in just a brief reading, of not discriminating based on protected classes and the origin of these materials, right? So why would we not include that? Of course we want to include that we're not going to discriminate because of, who wrote the piece of literature, right? Or the class of person that, based on their religion or whatever, that we will be inclusive, not discriminatory.
I think to Ms. Perfect's point, we have the other policies that follow ed code that have how we select materials, and parents are heavily involved in Ramona Unified in the selection of our core text and our core literature, right? It just like our core text goes in front of parents and DAC and SSC and all of those different committees, so did core literature. That's
Right.
when the board approved it previously. So it's not absent of parents being involved in the selection, and on top of that, this is now codifying what we already have in place, that if a parent has heartburn about a book, we're going to codify that they can opt out of that book.
Right.
And we'll be good with that.
So let me stick to this. Dan, do you support the suggested changes to that paragraph?
I do not. I think the existing language has been researched and edited, and I see no reason to reinvent the wheel.
Noted. Roger?
I have a question. Just so that I am understanding it before
For
I
whom?
answer.
For who?
Hold on. I'm trying to explain. Before I answer that question, it'd be helpful to know what you mean by personal sensibilities. What does that mean?
I think that's pretty broad. Like, what do I personally, what am I sensitive to?
Okay.
That I'm not okay with my child being exposed to.
Then I think it's fine.
So you're in favor of current language?
Yeah, the only thing that I would say, if we were going to add anything, you could add at the end of values and protected classes.
So let's take that as a separate suggestion.
Yeah.
Do you support the recommended changes that Maya just put forth?
No, because I think this says the same thing.
Okay, nor do I. So, Maya, do you have any more suggested changes? And then we'll come to you, Roger. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
Next paragraph. Each year, parents, guardians shall be notified of the district's, then would like to add instructional materials that include any textbook, instructional material, supplemental instructional material, core literature book, or other curriculum for classroom instruction, or any book or other resource selection that will be used in their child's class or grade level, and their parental right to opt out consistent with this policy. The link to the board-approved instructional materials will be searchable and accessible on the district's website's homepage. The annual notification to opt out of instructional materials shall be included in the parent handbook for that school year, or given to parents at registration as part of their registration packet each year. So I think since
So is that, hang on, sorry.
Yeah.
I am sorry. Is that your suggestion for the change to the paragraph?
Yes, I just read it.
Okay. Let's go around the table and see if there's support for that. And if there is, we'll make it happen. Dan?
No.
No support, or not at this time, got it? Don?
No.
Okay, Roger?
Just the last part. I think the notificate, we already
Will
do
you
this.
take some notes on yours? Because we're coming to you next.
Oh, just her last part about having an annual notification, but that's going to be done by teacher according to their classroom and curriculum.
That's in the existing language.
Right.
Where was that again?
The very last, each year parents and guardians shall be notified.
Oh,
Right.
then it's already, I'm just focusing on the one paragraph.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
So, I
Then it's
don't,
there.
I
No.
don't feel as though there's support for that change. Maya, do you have any other suggested change?
It just would like to see more language that says opt out in that paragraph, because it says request assignment and such. So since it's an opt out, we do this opt out policy. It has to say that more often in that paragraph, and I didn't see it. I just said it once or so, opting out, and that was it. So
So do
that
you
was
have any specific language in mind?
yeah, I read the 2 paragraphs, and
Okay,
they
and
had a
they
lot
were
of
not supported?
opt out.
And they were not
Language.
supported?
Can I read what I had read earlier?
Sure.
So after it says the parent rights and responsibilities, I had said the district shall provide parents and guardians the opportunity to request an alternative text and opt out of the core text and accompanying assignments. And then on the very bottom, where it says, students will not be penalized academically for opting out of the original assignment and text. That's
Okay.
what I had from previous that I thought we said yes to, so I just wanted to make sure, are we keeping that in there, or are we taking that back out? It just adds one more opt-out.
Everybody comfortable with that reading?
Well, I think it should
Yes, I
be
am.
out/in.
Okay? Is there support for the out/in addition?
/in. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense if the title is.
I'll support it.
Yeah.
So we do have support.
And,
Dan, you good?
Yes.
I'm good.
Okay. Guys, I'm sorry. I know we're getting jumbled up, but, Maya, do you have any other suggested
fine.
changes to this?
No.
Okay, the answer is no. Roger, you had one that you.
Well, this is based upon what Don said. So, I'm, in that paragraph, the parental rights one, when you get down to, let's see, 1, 2, I guess it is the second sentence ends with values. It's the first sentence.
Yes.
And the second sentence is very long, ends with values. If you were to add into that sentence, protected classes, that
That's
would
what it
just
was.
cover.
Glad you remembered.
That would just cover everything, and then you don't have to worry about it, because
Well,
that's what.
The mention of protected classes was about how we select our materials and that we don't exclude materials because of bias, right? So it had to do with the adoption of materials and approval of materials, not in parent notification, opt-in or opt-out.
Okay, so that was your point.
Yes.
However, when I read it, I'm just looking at this: request an alternative text or accompanying assignment when the context of the core literature selection presents a conflict. And you can say personal sense. I mean, this is well beyond your protected classes. If you're sensitive to
Right.
it in any way,
Right.
although I was just
Yeah.
trying to bring peace.
Yes. Yes.
So is there support for adding protected classes to that line?
Not in this case, for me.
Dan, jump in there.
Protective classes kind of covers a broad spectrum.
I think existing
So-
legislation.
I'm in favor of it.
I think there's so many
you are in
laws
favor?
that protect
Okay, we've
classes.
got one.
It makes
Are
it
you-
seem like we would encourage parents to opt out because of personal bias against protected classes, when just stating personal sensibilities is a more appropriate way to state it.
I'm okay with the way that it is.
I don't want to give examples because that's just ridiculous.
Right.
But, I mean, I'm sure in our heads we can think of examples, and I don't
Well,
want to do
if you
that.
give an example, you might offend someone.
So
I-
what
I
I'm hearing
would,
is
so I would not do
Roger
that.
has retracted that suggestion.
Yeah, it
Okay.
doesn't have to be
Okay.
in there. I'm not pushing anything.
Okay, any other suggestions to this text, Roger?
This paragraph or the whole document?
The whole document.
Oh, no.
We're about to
The
wrap
whole
it up.
document. Get
yes.
your chance.
We're ready.
Yes.
Okay, jump in.
Okay. I don't know if this is the appropriate place to put it, but I really think we need to have some kind of a standard, like I was talking about 2 board meetings ago, for the selection part of texts, including library books, including movies, audio, visual, whatever it is. We need to have some kind of guideline, because at this point we could have anything the way this is. And I don't see anything preventing anything. We could go down to Rosecrans to the adult store and buy everything and stick it in our library. And I'm like, I don't think that's what we want to do. And so I'm suggesting that we need to have some kind of guidelines for selection. That's it. Because selection.
I'm sure we do, right?
Wait,
For
wait.
library materials?
Well, selection of the main curriculums, we're limited because they've
Yeah.
already been
State
chosen.
approved.
We just
Right.
choose the one we want. It's more of the supplemental parts.
The novels and
Yeah, yeah.
that kind of thing?
Process.
So I'm a little concerned about that.
The process that the R in Ramona Unified that has been put in place since I've been in this position, I can't tell you what it was before that. Every single book that's purchased for our libraries, before the school site can submit a purchase requisition, the principal has to review all the titles and sign off. Once the principal has signed off, it comes to my desk and I review every single title all the way through, and then I can sign off. I don't look up every title, obviously, because there's thousands and thousands of books that we purchase every day, but I do have certain ideas in mind, knowing what our community and our board is what I'm looking for that may draw, like, is that appropriate at an elementary school? Is that appropriate at a middle school? Is that appropriate at high school? Those types of things. We also have to be really careful to not get in the business of banning books or not allowing books in our libraries, because we could get ourselves into a lot of trouble if we start to do anything like that. And I don't think that's the desire of here. But there is that process in place, and so no one can buy anything without it going through multiple sets of eyes: the librarian, the principal, actually my secretary, and then myself. So 4 sets of eyes look at the titles before it's actually ever approved to go into our libraries.
So it sounds to me like you're talking more about an AR. Do we have an AR that says this process that you're talking about?
Probably not this one, because this is one that I established once I was in here and require a principal. So I can look and see what our AR actually says for it. We're so far behind in all of our
Okay.
adoptions of policies and ARs, and see what we have.
Can we,
I'm not
can
sure
we,
what it says.
we'll just count this as our first reading, and then if you, I
Well,
mean,
that would be a total separate one.
but
So that's
it-
different
I understand, but but I need to approve them
together.
together. Yeah, I need to kind of see what's in each one. That would really help me.
Could I offer a suggestion?
Mm-hmm.
Could we approve with the adjustments that we have here? And then I could also bring it back, because if I would like this piece, especially about core literature, to be in place, if something were to change in apportionment world out there, in regards to new courses that may or may not be coming in 25-26. Right now, we do not believe they're coming in 25-26, but if something were to change, we at least currently have this policy in place for parents for their opt-out, and then it's here, because we won't come back again until August with the AR. I'll bring this back also,
So
we could
con-
reapprove it if we wanted to.
Will be second reading, right? If that's what you're talking about?
I'm not
No, we
talking
may
about a
approve it
second
tonight.
reading.
We may approve this
I'm
tonight.
asking
AR.
for an approval tonight for this, so that this piece is in place and we're ready to go. It doesn't prohibit me from bringing it back again a month later and us doing another first reading and another revision if we need to. It just makes sure that this is in place and is clear for all of our parents, and we can start this process for the 25-26 school year, because the next board meeting isn't until August as the school year's getting off the
So.
ground. And it's okay if not, it's just I would like to have it very clear that parents have this option, should something change out there in the world of courses for 25-26.
Right, I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
So I understand that you don't want to get into the position of banning books for whatever reason.
Yeah.
So that's kind of on all of us, because I feel like we let a book go through that we shouldn't have. We missed it. I mean, we're human. But maybe what we can do is come up with another book to replace the one that we're currently doing.
The teachers have been working on an
Oh,
alternative
okay.
text, because that current book is already active and is read every year.
Yeah.
And so they heard the board and have already, in fact, I sent them like a list of some different options,
Okay.
and they were like, actually, that has this and this has that, we were thinking this and this, so they've already been thinking
Working
about
on
it
it.
and working on it.
Okay.
So that if parents were not wanting to do that, especially given, probably more people are paying attention to it now because it's been in
Right.
our board meeting, right? And parents weren't paying attention to it maybe before. But this just really codifies that we have to make sure we're doing our due diligence to show parents and tell parents where that correlate list is. And we haven't necessarily done that, even though it's on the website, we haven't drawn their attention to it. We have it in the syllabus, but, parents don't always read the syllabus, even though they sign it. But this is making sure that we're really being consistent with that message.
So I would just make a suggestion. We've already bought all those textbooks, and for some families, their values are that book is perfectly fine. So that's where that would be an opt-in. If we switch to something different, that could be an opt-in. That's kind of my
So they
stance.
could have the two options, and then
Right.
they're opting out of this one or
Opting into the other.
into the other.
So that's why I wanted to have that flexibility with that. Does that kind of make sense to everybody? Okay, if you're gonna provide the AR or
And we're
the
talking
other,
about the library book.
I'm not sure.
You're talking about the, selection of materials for libraries?
Oh,
Because all other texts.
everything is selected for libraries, which gets put into the classrooms. Yes,
I just
that's,
wanted to make sure I was clear on that.
no, I understand that.
So-
So whether it's a
Darren.
policy or an AR,
Yeah, we'll bring it.
okay, I'm fine
I'll probably
with
put
that.
it in some board updates first and then.
Because I know we used to have it, but I've been on the board for so long, I'm kind of.
And it might be great, I don't know, so I'll put it in
I
board
have no
updates
idea.
and see what it looks like.
Okay,
So
yeah.
Roger said that the book that that we shouldn't have had, but we have a chance to fix it. It doesn't have to be there to stay on the list forever. We have a
So
chance to vote and remove
They're
it.
fixing it now.
No, it's
Sticking
still
to
on the
this
list.
portion of the agenda.
Okay, so let's have a
Rob,
question. Okay.
You've had your opportunity for questions. We will come back to you if you have more. This is Roger's opportunity for suggestions to the text.
Do I, so she's giving direction, I mean, we're giving direction. I
Sure,
don't know
but
if everybody is-
suggestions to the text specifically for change.
No, because she's saying she's gonna provide the AR or additional policy that we can look at,
Uh-huh.
so that would satisfy me.
Okay, so you don't have any further suggestion for changes to this policy?
No.
Okay? Dan?
Thank you. If I read the concerns of the board correctly, and I think I do, in regards to the library, can you assure me and this board that as it exists today in Ramona, there is no X-rated material in our library?
X-rated, I think I feel pretty confident that there's no X-rated material in our libraries. Even
And-
if books were purchased before my time in this position.
And I bring it up because I know that in other libraries, public school libraries, there is X-rated material.
Yeah.
But, thank you, I feel better.
Dan?
Yes, sir.
I'm bringing it home, right back to this document. Do
Okay.
you have any suggested changes to this document?
Absolutely not.
Thank you, sir. Don?
I'm good.
Okay. Are you comfortable reviewing the suggested changes? For instance, I know that I think we agreed to add electives.
Review what-
Yes,
okay.
that's where I'm going with this.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
I had in the first paragraph adding age appropriate after grade level competency. I have adding number 7 electives. I
Right,
have changing the title to parental rights regarding core literature selections opt-in and out. I have the addition of after the opportunity to request an alternative text and opt-out of core text. And in that last sentence of that same paragraph, I have penalized academically for opting out, will not be penalized academically for opting out of the original assignment and text.
I thought we said out/in. on the
Sorry,
list.
it does say out/in here.
Okay,
That was monumental to keep track of all of those. Thank you very much.
So, okay, so we're gonna approve.
So, with those suggested changes, is there a motion for approval?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Abstaining.
Okay, we have 4 in favor, 1 abstention. Leslie, thank you so much.
We get to do it
And,
again.
and thank you to staff
Can I
in
have
general
a
for.
question piggybacking on Dan's comment? Question?
Say again?
Can I have a question on piggybacking on Dan's question?
We've already voted on this agenda item. Sure, go ahead and ask your question.
Well, Dan, you asked if there are no books X-rated in the libraries, so the answer was no. I was wondering, didn't the book Part-Time Indian Cave was given to us, it was from the library?
Well, it's not X-rated, it's more rated R. That's not
So
X-rated.
R-rated R and X-rated is different?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, we're gonna move
Okay,
on.
okay.
I was just gonna say one thing. It has to do with the process.
Okay.
So I just wanted to compliment everybody on the board for this process because not every school board is willing to share what they really think. You have to know that this does not, what we just did does not happen in every school board. And so this is really refreshing that we do this.
I agree with you, Roger, and guys, this is sometimes painful, but at the end of the day, the goal is to get it right. And
Right.
thank you all for engaging and having patience with me while we got a little moving around a little bit. Next item on the agenda is item F4. This is the first reading of recommended updates to Board Policy 1312.2, complaints concerning instructional materials.
So in addition to the board policy that we just approved tonight, there's accompanying board policy that has to do with the instructional materials and a parent's right to complain if they are not happy with something that we are offering in the classroom. So they can do this and not opt out, or they could do this and opt out, it doesn't matter, but this is something that's a part of our complaint process in Ramona, well, in any school district, but in Ramona Unified. And our board policies in regards to complaints haven't been updated in a really long time, since 2004, so I'm bringing forward tonight the one about instructional materials. It's been updated with the most recent ed codes. You'll see they're in black. You do see one paragraph at the very top that doesn't have ed code behind it, because in Ramona Unified currently, we would rather a parent, before they take it to a formal complaint, to discuss any concerns about instructional materials with the teacher and the principal first. And then, if we can't resolve the situation, this is why we don't usually have any complaints about instructional materials. In my tenure at the district office, not just in this position, I think we've had one over the course of time, and at the end, it was resolved, and I think we were correct at the end of the day. We did not have to remove those instructional materials. We were able to prove that the concern was not valid. I shouldn't say valid, because anybody's concern is valid for themselves.
Not sustained.
Not sustained, thank you. And then you'll see, after that, then you'll have the different board policies and ed code that these reference. And then that's it for tonight. It's just updating that policy about complaints for instructional materials.
Dan, let's start with you this time. Do you have any suggestions for changes to this text?
I suggest that we do exactly what Superintendent Wilson wants to do.
Here, here. Okay. Can I move on to next person?
I have no issue with this.
Okay,
Just one thing.
okay.
The sentence right before the last one on the first page. I don't think this is a good idea, only because what if we have somebody that comes in and complains, they shared their complaint, and then we're like, oh, okay, well, too late, you've already done your complaint and we're not going to do anything. But then somebody else comes in with a complaint and they're able to articulate it better, but we've already heard it, so now we have to wait 12 months, and now we're all in agreement that we need to change it. I'm not sure about this.
Yeah, no, agreed. I kind of questioned that when I read it, and then I remembered the one that I was a part of previously, and the amount of legal fees that come along with an official complaint when it goes up the ladder, and then two, if it goes up the ladder and we, Ramona Unified, are sustained in our instructional materials, and it is deemed by the mediator, judge, whoever, I don't remember who it was at the time, that the materials are sound, then we've already expended a lot of money to prove that, and so I think that's the reason why that's in here. I mean, if the board desires to do it again 2 months later, if somebody else brings up the same materials, then that's the board's discretion and we can remove it. But I think that's why that's in there, is because you've proven in court or in the process.
Deliberations, right.
In deliberations, that it's a sound instructional material and that you shouldn't have to do that again. Ramona Unified shouldn't have to do that again within a 12-month period. But that's the board's, it's not ed code, so it's the board's discretion on what they would want.
Yeah, I don't know, I'm kind of torn on that because what if we get one person complaining and the next board meeting we get 300 complaining? So, yeah, it's just a little
Do you have a
fishy amount.
suggestion?
I don't know. I just think it needs to be a little bit more flexible because I'm sure Brian would want 300 people to be
Right.
showing up. I just don't know how you would fix that, but maybe you just add at the end, it says unless required by law or something about the superintendent or school board, some kind of adjustment. I don't know how you'd say
Yep.
it. Something like that. Just adds. I can't think of how I would say it.
Could we say,
How about if it's any challenged instructional material that's reviewed by the district may not be subject to further reconsideration,
For 12 months.
yeah, not for 12 months, but at the district's discretion,
Yeah, or you can say, yeah,
right?
unless,
required by law?
Right.
yeah.
Are we all comfortable with that
unless
change?
required by law or at the district's discretion. Yeah.
Sure.
Good.
Okay, I've got some nods. Maya, you comfortable with that change?
If we specify who in the district, because district is broad, who in the district?
The board's
The board.
discretion. The
Okay,
board's.
board's discretion.
Well, I mean, we're talking about the district here. Any challenged instructional material that's reviewed by the district shall not be subject, right? We're talking about the district. And we know that it's the district or superintendent or his designee, right? When we were talking about the district and who can decide.
Well, not the board. Okay.
The board decides board policy.
Then
good
say
point.
superintendent.
Right. Sure.
We all sound
Well-
on that change?
I wouldn't
That's
say
suggestion?
superintendent.
What'd you say? You just want to say district?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Because it may be the board that's pushing to look at it again sooner. And the superintendent may not want to open that can of worms, but the board does, so,
Okay.
you know.
Okay, that makes sense.
So it's staying the same except for afterwards it says unless required by law or at the district's discretion.
Yeah, I think that's good. That provides a little bit of
Right.
flexibility.
It does.
I'm glad I'm not the only one that saw that was a little.
No,
fishy.
no, that makes
Okay.
sense.
Roger, do you have any other suggested changes to this policy?
No, that's it.
Okay, Maya, do you have any suggested
Yes.
changes to this policy?
Top, where it says the complainant finds, if the complainant finds the decision of the superintendent or designee, I would like to add or committee, just for consistency, because that's the phrase used in the CSBA suggestion. It says superintendent or designee or committee.
You said at the top. Which paragraph are we talking about?
Let me find.
The first paragraph?
Looks like
If,
the second one?
All of
It's third paragraph, second sentence. Is the complainant
And so what
Fines.
is your suggestion?
I had a couple of suggestions. I had suggestions to add
Committee?
after designee, because that's the language used in this policy in CSBA sample. It says superintendent or designee or committee. It's used, had been used multiple times throughout.
Committee finding the material unsatisfactory?
Yeah.
Okay, is there support for that suggested change?
I guess I'm not really understanding.
No, I'm not understanding it.
Well, just because, for example, it says somewhere else, the materials are reviewed by superintendent or designee or committee. In some places in CSBA sample, and
I think what you're trying to say
I'm
is.
just trying to add consistency.
So currently, we don't,
Yeah.
when a complaint comes in, we don't establish a committee per
Then-
se of people to review the materials.
Then-
The superintendent and the designees of the superintendent are the ones that do it. If we were to establish a
Okay.
committee, that would be more of a formal, then we need to probably create some procedures for developing that committee and who's on that committee. So that's why I think the board previously
Okay.
did not include that piece, and why the board said the board believes the superintendent and staff are well qualified to consider complaints concerning instructional materials. So that was I'm just explaining.
I agree.
We don't have a committee, so if we add committee, then we're
No.
gonna need to start building a process to build a committee.
At the bottom, additional below, there is committee in several places. That's why I was saying.
It's saying that nobody, the superintendent, any designee, or any committee can authorize materials that are in violation of discrimination and protected
Those
class
do have
rules.
committees, that's
Right.
Yeah.
different.
No, additional says superintendent or designee or committee established by the superintendent to review the materials.
So hang
There is
on
a
a sec.
phrase.
Yes,
Yeah.
it says they may not authorize the continued use of a textbook that is in violation of Ed Code 220.
So Maya, let me help
Right.
explain.
You can't break the law.
Right, so when it's referring to committee in that paragraph,
Uh-huh.
that's not a committee that's reviewing a complaint. That committee would be like our DAC, our DLAC, our SSCs. Those are the committees that are reviewing materials, right? And they're not authorized to say, nope, we're not doing that because that's the board stuff.
Mhm.
So you're putting a committee up here which is serving a different purpose than the committee that's being talked about down below.
Okay.
It's not the same committee.
So
Yeah.
is there any support for her suggested change to that line?
No.
Okay, let's move
No.
on to your
Okay,
next suggested
So
change.
I would like to, in that phrase, he or she may request that the matter be presented to the board for further consideration. So I would like to suggest to place after may, with may not request, but may appeal the decision to the board, just because that's the language in the sample CSBA policy we got. There's a phrase,
Okay, hang on a sec.
yeah,
Is there any support for that suggested change?
appeal the decision to the board.
Is there any support for that suggested change?
No, because
No.
they can come and pull a speaker slip and do that already.
Okay, let's
Yeah.
move to the next suggested change.
Center, there it says accompanying administrative regulation and exhibit.
Which
Um,
paragraph are you
Hold
on?
on, I'm looking for
Center,
it.
paragraph, paragraph 4.
Yeah.
That's the first bold paragraph.
Okay,
So it said specified in accompanying regulation exhibit.
Yeah.
Let's be specific and add number for clarity. So administrative regulation, which number? Because not every parent knows what exactly means accompanying administrative regulation. So let's add numbers: accompanying administrative regulation number such and such, and exhibits number such and such.
okay. Is there any support for that suggested change?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, we got one.
It's fine.
Okay, we've got a sorta.
You're just,
Yep, we'll take it.
Okay.
you're just citing.
Okay.
the
Yeah.
That's all you're doing.
Are you clear?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
I mean, I don't know what those numbers are,
Well, I can tell you it's the same as policy.
but I can add it.
It's accompanying means the same numbers policy 13123 dot 2. Oh, pardon me. I think I have one extra
Okay.
number. Yeah,
Do you have,
1312 dot 2.
okay, do you have any other suggested changes
Yes.
to this policy?
Yes.
Please start by which paragraph you're in.
Yeah, I'm trying to see what it says. Remove the district shall accept. The district shall accept complaints. So it said the district shall accept complaints concerning instructional materials. Somebody helps me where it is, because I didn't have it in my notes. Yeah, it's paragraph 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the district shall accept complaints concerning instructional materials only from staff, district residents, or the parents, guardians of students enrolled in the district. Now there's Ed code quoted 35160. I looked it up. It doesn't say in that ed code paragraph anything about that at all. What that ed code says, it says on or after January 1st, 1976, the governing board of any school district may initiate and carry on any program, activity, or may otherwise act in any manner which is not in conflict with or inconsistent with or preempted by any law in which is not in conflict with the purpose for which school district is established. So it says nothing about complaints.
So do you have a suggestion
Yes.
to change the text? What
Yes.
is it?
The ed code 244, I would like to add reference to that ed code. It says a complaint may be filed by any member of the public, including anyone electing to file anonymously. So I would like to strike that sentence on or so any member of the public can file
So-
complaint. So not they don't have to be in the district. So either strike that sentence completely or add so it's instructional materials only from from anyone basically. So strike that sentence completely because the law says anyone can file, even including anonymously.
Okay, can I just say this? This statement does not, it doesn't say that certain people cannot come to complain. Anybody can come to complain. But what it's doing is it's putting emphasis that we're going to listen to the parents, the students, and the residents of this community if there's a complaint. We will listen to them. We will take it serious. But anybody can come and make a complaint.
File complaint.
Yeah,
Formal complaint.
Anybody can do it, but the other ones can still do it. It doesn't say that they can't.
So, is there any support from any member of the board here
To remove that sentence.
for her suggested changes?
No, not for me
No.
on that.
Okay, let's move on to your next suggestion.
So if we don't remove that, then I would like to propose the district shall accept complaints concerning instructional materials from any member of the public, including anyone electing to file anonymously, and quote that ed code 244 where it says so.
Okay, is there any support for that suggested change?
No, thank you.
No.
Okay, your next suggestion.
Next paragraph starting, however, a complaint, and so forth. Let me see. Yeah, however, a complaint. Add district's core literature book.
At the
After
end of the
after supplemental instructional materials, add district's core literature book.
Okay, is there any support for that suggested change?
No, because it's already there.
We got to know,
It's existing.
is there a yes anywhere?
No.
Okay, next suggestion.
It says it in a different way.
That next paragraph starting superintendent or any designee. In that sentence, add board-approved core literature book after supplemental instructional materials, because that sentence and other sentences, they list so many things, and if they list all those things, then let's add a core literature book board-approved, like we talked about in when we let parents to opt out of core literature, so why not add it here?
This,
But it already says that the superintendent or any designee or committee established by the superintendent to review the materials. It's already there.
So,
Instructional materials is core literature.
is there any
Then-
support for that suggested
Then
change?
why do we specify
Hang on a sec.
textbooks, instructional
Hang on a
materials, and
sec.
so forth?
Is there any support for that suggested change?
No.
no.
Okay,
When I read the whole thing, this is talking about bias and that we will not remove materials because of a personal bias against a protected class.
Right.
I would not
Okay.
change that.
so,
Okay.
your next
Yes,
suggestion.
then if we're not adding board-approved core literature book, then in this paragraph, in the previous paragraph, just stay with instructional materials and that's it. Not go further like textbook and supplemental and all this and so forth. Just stay adopted instructional materials, that's all.
Okay,
In this paragraph and the next one.
is there any support for that suggested change?
No.
No, thank you.
Okay, your next suggestion?
Next paragraph stating additionally the superintendent or designee, well, again, it was declined. I wanted to add, to be consistent, board-approved core literature book, another instance of the same thing, after supplemental instructional materials.
Okay, is there any support for that suggested change?
No.
Page 1, bottom, remove the phrase, any challenged instructional materials that is reviewed by the district shall not be subject to further reconsideration for 12 months unless required by law. So interestingly, this one doesn't quote any ed code because there is no law behind it. It's not required. I find it discriminatory.
Yeah, we just talked about that one.
Well-
we just fixed it.
We just discussed it, and I believe came to consensus on a small addition, correct?
At the discretion of the district.
Yes, unless required by law or at the district's discretion.
Okay, does anybody have an appetite to change that we came to consensus on earlier?
No.
Thank you.
Okay?
Yeah,
Next suggestion?
That's it.
Do you think it will restrict parental rights if we limit,
I'm sorry, what?
if we set any limitations on the timeline or review of can you please read what that last sentence reads again?
Any challenged instructional materials that is reviewed by the district shall not be subject to further reconsideration for 12 months unless required by law or at the district's discretion.
So that opens it up. There's flexibility.
Still wonder if it's going to restrict parental rights and if it's arbitrary and not rooted in law.
No, because parents can opt out.
Well, in this case, this is a complaint
Right.
procedure, so this is providing parental rights because we're giving them the opportunity to complain.
Right.
Yeah.
They can complain, we just don't necessarily need to consider it again in that short time span. To me, I equate this with things about the Brown Act where we would not reconsider an item that we'd taken action on unless there was some significant new information, right? It's the
Right.
same kind of a deal to me.
Something that we didn't know that
Right,
was
something
brought to our attention.
significant, some significant new information that would cause us to reconsider. Otherwise, we're not just gonna keep considering every month when we've already taken an action and made a decision.
But it's not the board who reviews and considers, makes decisions. It's not going to come to the board every time, is it not?
Let me say the district, regardless of the
Yeah.
board, the superintendent, designee, or committee. Once the decision is made, there's no point to continue month after month after month because someone complains once the consideration has been provided.
Would it mean that there is a problem with this material if somebody keeps complaining?
Or it could mean that they just don't understand our philosophy, and they just keep bringing it back. I've got teenagers that say, can I go here? Nope. Well, can I go here? Nope. And it's the same place, and they keep asking, hoping for a different answer.
Well, those are adults, not teenagers.
And these
That doesn't mean
challenges
it's
cost
different.
money. These challenges, in some cases, cost us money. So if we're gonna keep calling an attorney with the same question over and over and getting the same answer, just a fresh answer, but the same answer, because somebody has complained again in a consecutive month, maybe, then that is not a good use of district resources, whether it's monetary or personnel.
What if the reasons are different, first and second? If
That would be significant new information, and our revision to this would allow for us to reconsider that.
But why would we call the lawyer for the same question if we know
gosh.
the answer?
Okay.
Do we have a motion?
I move approval with the change, with the
Second.
two changes.
All right,
Yes,
I've got a
second.
motion and a second for approval with the discussed changes. All those in favor?
Aye.
Abstain.
Okay, motion passes with 4 in favor and 1 abstention. Next item on the agenda is item F5. This is the approval of local control and accountability plan for 2025-2026.
Earlier this month, we held a public hearing and to gather input and recommendations on the Ramona Unified Local Control and Accountability Plan. And this month, this meeting, we are now asking the board to take action and approve that plan.
All right, any questions for staff? I'll entertain a motion.
I motion to approve.
Got a motion, is there a second?
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Next item on the agenda is item F6. This is the approval of the local control and accountability plan federal addendum for 2025-2026.
So in addition to the LCAP, the districts are required to also write an additional plan that allocates or discusses how we are going to spend our federal dollars, so our title dollars. And this 2025 LCAP federal addendum is coming forward to the board also as an action item. It is required by the state that both the LCAP and the federal addendum and our local indicators that we talked about earlier come to the same board meeting and must be approved through action prior to July 1st. The recommendation is for action.
Any questions for staff?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Ready, you
No,
go first.
Yeah, as to Title for A and B, that's our after-school, that's the after-school funding, right? Trying to remember.
The after-school funding
The
is
central-
ELOP.
No, this is federal. I'm talking federal. ELOP is California.
Yes, we don't, Title I is for like our at-risk students. Title II is for professional learning. Title III has two different pots, one for English learners and one for immigrant funding. And Title IV is kind of pretty broad. It's,
Right, it's a
we use
whole-
it mainly for social emotional learning and or music and art.
Right, that's what I was saying. So
Yes.
it has the extracurricular part in it.
Yes, Title IV.
So I heard that the big beautiful bill, they were gonna cut it out.
I have heard rumors that Title III will be
Okay.
what is potentially that's going to be cut.
So you haven't heard Title IV?
I have not heard Title IV funding to be
Okay.
cut, but I have heard Title III.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure, you hear things,
And we're paying attention to that in our title budget so that we know should Title III funding be cut. For example, our parent liaison, we pay for our district parent liaison. A bulk of her salary is out of our Title III funding.
Right.
And so should that funding disappear, we're making sure we have funding necessary in Title I or other buckets so that we can continue that position with us.
And what's that, I guess my point was, what's the fiscal impact of that?
Title IV, Title III, like 40.
Okay,
I
so-
can pull it up for you.
So it's not
It's
anything
not-
unbearable?
No, it's about
Okay,
40,
I just think-
45,000.
I just wanted to know because everything's in the state of flux, right? Okay.
Okay, Maya, you had a question?
Yes, I had a question. When I clicked on the link, agenda item, that's federal LCAP addendum, I looked at page 15. I noticed by accident, it said on page 15, there's some kind of number 1, additional information regarding use of funds under this part. And I'm just reading the sentence. Provide any other information how the local educational authority proposes to use funds to meet the purposes of this part and that the LEA determines appropriate to provide, which may include how the LEA will assist schools in identifying and serving gifted and talented students. So, and then the ESSA provision is addressed below, and the response is Ramona Unified School District elects not to use Title I funds to serve gifted students. I thought, whoa, wow, why, how, and when was this decision made? I'm asking because I heard from parents that they take their kids to power schools or charter private schools because the curriculum in Ramona is not challenging enough for their high-achieving students. So how and why and when was it decided that Ramona Unified will elects not to use Title I funds to serve gifted students?
We have not used Title I to serve gifted students for at least a decade, if not longer. It was probably, let's see, I started in the classroom in 2001. I would say probably in about 2003 or 2004 was the last time we had GATE funding that was allocated. There are a lot of philosophical reasons for not separating out students or identifying them early on that were decided back when I was in a classroom. What we do offer in Ramona Unified is the acceleration process for multiple different subjects and a robust course offering. So I would encourage any of those families that find our courses not rigorous to come in and talk about that. and we can help share if they don't know about our acceleration process or our honors courses or dual enrollment or our CCAP agreement or any of those components where we do offer, I mean, even college classes on our campus next year, that they have a lot of opportunity in Ramona Unified. But it's been, I mean, it's been since 2000, I want to say, I would have to go back in the records, but probably 2003 or 2004 because I was in the classroom when we had gate funding and then when it went away.
Also, I noticed somewhere else nearby in that area, it said even if the LEA plans to transfer all of its title funds and must still address all of the provisions of the title from which it's transferring its funds, the LEA must first meet the application requirements of those funds before it can elect to transfer those funds to another title. So my question is, does it mean that we can move money between titles?
No, you can't move money between titles, but I think the part that you're reading, I'm not sure because I'm not sure where you're reading, is we can make decisions at the district level on how we're going to allocate our title funding. For example, we have opted in Ramona Unified, the bulk of our title funding goes to elementary schools because if we can intervene with those students early on, hopefully they don't need so much intervention as they get older. Ramona High School has at-risk students. They do not get Title I funding. If we were to use the same formula and give RHS Title I funding according to the same formula, they would decimate the elementary programs. So a long time ago, well before my time, Ramona Unified opted at that point to focus on elementary for title, and the middle school is also included in that. That's more like the K-8, and that helps us build those kids up at those younger ages. So that's, I think, what you're reading, where we're shuffling the title dollars. We could essentially give title dollars to every school, but if you give this much to every school, we can't have Title I teachers. We can't have the robust Title I programs that we have at each school. So we make strategic decisions at the district level and then allocate according to the number of students at each of those schools.
Yeah, just was saying it can elect to transfer those funds to another title, so it looks like it's a possibility.
Yeah, we can't transfer between titles. We can transfer. We can look at it differently district-wide by school, but not like we can't take Title $3 and push them into.
That's
Title
what I
II.
thought too. That's why I was surprised to read this
Yeah,
language
no,
at that link that was provided federal addendum.
If we could move money around like that, wouldn't that be great?
What can be done is what's called a consolidation of title funds, but if you do that, there are very stringent and specific rules and regulations regarding it, and it's not conducive to the intent in which the funds are allocated, and it's not a process that many districts do. Because there is much more stringent rules and regulations regarding doing the consolidation of funds.
Yeah, I was surprised to read this because it sounded like, if LA plans to transfer all of its title funds,
Trust me, we tried to get super
Transfer?
creative this year, and we got told no.
so I don't understand why it says, okay.
Do you have more questions for staff?
No.
Okay. Is there a motion on this agenda item?
I move approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Next item on the agenda is H2. Maya, you asked to have this pulled, so it's all yours.
So I was looking at this agenda item, but it said authorizing transfer funds between expenditure classifications. So that caught my attention because this resolution is asking for our approval to transfer funds, permit the payment of obligations of the district that were incurred during that school year. So I didn't realize that we could move money between funds. Does it mean that we can move money? What does it mean? Between which funds can we move the money? Restricted to general, or what does it mean?
During the year-end process, there are many different costs and expenditures, as well as revenues that come in after June 30th, but pertain to the fiscal year that just passed. So in order to accrue expenditures, in order to reclass potentially an expenditure that was charged to one fund and needs to be charged to another, in order to bill indirect costs to food and nutrition that are recouped by the general fund, this resolution needs to be approved in order to allow those transactions to be recorded and processed as part of the year-end process. This is a routine and necessary resolution that comes annually in order for us to be able to complete certain transactions in the year-end closing process.
Are you talking about this item? Because there is a very similar resolution that was on consent, which asks direct money held in the district fund to temporarily transfer to another district fund for payments of obligations. That was something else. That was H3 was on consent. But I'm asking about H2, and also it does sound similar to me to H3, and don't really see the difference between those two.
So for instance, when we're closing the books, if something is charged to a 5,000 object code, which is a service, and that was actually a material and supply, in order to reclass that expenditure and record it in the correct and appropriate space in which it should be, we have to have this so that we can make those journal entries and have our expenditures as accurate as possible and recorded during the year-end closing process.
Are you talking about H2 or H3?
I'm talking about H2. That's between budgetary classifications. And then H3 pertains to between funds. So you have
All funds and
there's two different components to transactions. It could be within the same fund, and it could also be within or outside of the same fund and outside of the same budgetary classification.
So if we can move money between funds and classifications, then does it mean that we could use the money that we designated for student for something else?
No.
Those are restricted dollars.
When we have
Can't we transfer them or restricted? Well, that was confusing. I couldn't understand. What can we move? What can't we move? Okay.
we can reclass expenditures and record expenditures that have taken place after the end of the year. And we can also record transactions between funds as appropriate, but we have to maintain and be within restricted guidelines and restrictions for funding sources, funding requirements, spending requirements, as well as all of the GASB requirements and Ed Code and all the other requirements and rules and regulations regarding expenditure reporting, year-end close.
Can you mention what GASB is?
Yes, the Government Accounting Standards
Yes.
Board.
Yes.
There's GASB, there's
The
FASB.
rules that say what proper accounting is.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. They govern what we can and cannot do, what is fiducially responsible, and making sure that we are being compliant. And we can't just willy-nilly, I'm going to transfer an expenditure here because there's funds. You can't do that. It has to be appropriate. It has to, fall within the funding and spending guidelines for programs. This allows us to perform tasks that we need to do within the year-end closing process in order to record expenditures accurately and completely during the year-end closing process.
Can you,
My-
can you
yeah.
give an example with Fund 17, because we typically use that, and explain how we
Okay,
use it?
actually, we typically don't use Fund
Oh, we've done
17
it
because that's
before.
our stabilization fund.
Right.
But what happens, for instance, in Fund 17
I'm thinking in the past.
is, it's been years since Fund 17's been utilized, but it is one that incurs interest every quarter. So for instance, there's going to be a transaction that needs to be recorded at the end of the year. accruing that interest. So this is going to allow us to record that interest payment and not just have it sitting in a suspense account. We're going to be able to record the interest in the year it's actually been earned and not the year that it's necessarily that the cash is posted and received into our account. Does that make sense?
So my
And that
is-
runs the gamut for all types of transactions, whether it's a revenue, an expenditure. For instance, we're going to have, in July, we're going to incur payroll expenditures that pertain to this fiscal year. For instance, timesheets for June are going to be paid in July, and we want to appropriately record those expenditures in the proper year. So we need to be able to accrue those expenditures, and this resolution allows us to do that. It allows us to record the expenditures, and then if something needs to be moved between expenditure types or object code types, this resolution allows us to complete the year-end closing process.
Okay, so Maya, do you have a concern about the specific transfers that might occur each transaction?
Just curious if we run out of money in certain funds or classifications that we need to move
Sure.
money there from other accounts and classifications.
But with this particular item, do you have a concern that the board is approving this, may approve this without knowing each specific transaction?
Specific transactions did not occur to me. I was just
Okay.
wondering.
That said, then I'd like to move approval.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, I believe it passed 5-0.
I didn't say anything, but yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Okay, that's why I questioned it. Next item on the agenda is item H4. This is the first reading of Board Policy 5116.1, Intra-District Open Enrollment.
Governing Board, the district has been reviewing the processes and procedures related to new student registration and back-to-school registration. During this review, we identified the need to update Board Policy 5116.1, Inter-District Open Enrollment, to align the changes with Ed Code that have transpired since the initial adoption of this board policy in 2012. Included in your board packet is a copy of the current policy with CSBA's recommended updates shown in bold text. Since the publishing of this board packet and initially sharing this information with the board, further internal discussion has taken place regarding the registration timelines, and I would like to specifically draw your attention to the section titled Application and Selection Process on page 2 in the draft policy. The current draft policy lists the intra-district open enrollment window as taking place between April 1st and June 15th. However, based on further discussion, we are recommending a modification to these dates. Specifically, we propose the application window be changed to be between April 1st and May 15th. This adjustment will allow the district sufficient time to review and process all intra-district transfer applications, conduct the necessary analysis to determine each school site's enrollment capacity, and finalize transfer approvals in time to inform staffing decisions. Keeping the window open through June 15th, as initially stated, would not support the broader improvements we are seeking in our registration processes. This is being presented to you this evening for a first reading with the option for approval and adoption if the board so chooses.
So I have a few questions. You ready?
You're on.
Okay, great.
And
So,
please include any suggestions for change.
got it. So starting on the first page, 1 to the third paragraph, which was really just a statement, the board shall annually review this policy, and there's an ed code. Must we do that every year, or if we craft a policy that we like, can we just stick with it without review?
It says shall
Yes.
as part of Ed Code.
I didn't look these ed codes up.
But I can look that up real quick and let me see what it says.
Yes. I just want to make sure that we have to have
We
this
could
every year.
potentially put this in a board update every year, and then if the board so chose at that time to bring it back, we could then.
So that constitutes a
upon
review of policy.
prompting, yes, we
Very
could do
good.
that.
Thank you. And then moving down to the last item on page 1, it is number 4 under enrollment priorities, which would read, is currently enrolled in a district school identified by CDE for comprehensive support and involvement with priority given to the lowest academically achieving students. Is that required?
It is a requirement, but thankfully, we do not have any schools that are identified as CSNI at this time.
Right.
And we are hoping to not have that happen. But if it did, yes, we do have to give priority.
It's legally required?
Yes.
Help
I
me
just
out with
don't-
CSNI.
Yeah,
like
it's
the-
school improvement.
It's like the previous requirement that we had for program improvement.
Right.
So if you were a child at a program improvement at school, which was an underperforming school, you had the right first to go to a school that wasn't underperforming.
What's the
And
acronym,
I appreciate
Now
that.
it's CSI, but we don't have any CSI schools.
What's the
Right.
acronym stand for, though?
Comprehensive support and improvement.
Thank you.
And I appreciate that under program improvement, that students at a school under program improvement have the opportunity to switch schools. That is a whole group of students that have that opportunity. But here, where we're giving priority to the lowest academically achieving students, that calls them out as being low achieving. So when maybe parents are talking about, well, I applied to go and so did so-and-so, well, I applied first, but how did you get in instead? Then we're confessing that the student is low achieving. That just seems inappropriate to me. But if it's required by law, then it's required by law, right?
Number 4, right here.
And that's not our law. That's
what I'm asking. Is it required by law?
It is, it's a part of the, yeah.
Thank you.
It's
I
absolutely
appreciate
a
that.
And it's not even lowest academically, it's also lowest academically
From low-income families, yeah, I just got short in my comments, right? Okay, moving to the next page, the section application and selection process, and we've talked a little bit about the dates already. Moving down to the third paragraph, except for priorities listed above, shall use random unbiased selection process to determine which students shall be admitted wherever a district school receive admission requests are in excess of school capacity. So there's nothing about order of application,
No,
and it's ed code.
absolutely ed code.
Okay. Yeah, that's just something I hadn't noticed before, so, okay, very good, thank you. And then the next paragraph, where it talks about, in addition, academic performance may be used to determine eligibility for or placement in programs for gifted and talented students, but we aren't offering that.
Well, we still have gifted and talented students, though.
Right. So can a parent say, my kid should be admitted to this other school that the district is saying full because my child is gifted and talented?
No, because we don't have anybody that's designated as gifted and talented.
Yeah. Just seems a little, I don't know, if it need to be there. I'm not sure I would, since we don't do that. But it wouldn't keep me from supporting this policy. And then the last line of this page, it is bold. However, upon parent guardian request, the district shall provide transportation assistance to any student who's eligible for free or reduced price meals, whose enrollment in district school outside the student's attendance area is a result of being a victim of bullying. Not that anybody would do this, but it seems, and there's an ed code cited there. If this whole thing is required by ed code, then we have no discretion over our own board policy. Okay, so be it. But it does seem that in a really competitive situation where parents really want their kids to go to a particular school, does this not create an incentive for bullying reports that may or may not be founded?
I think they'd have to be founded, like there would have to be some sort of.
There'd be some investigation for substantiation.
But we don't say that here. We just say if the parent feels that their child is being bullied, that we should put them in a different school, even if that school is full. If I'm reading this, obviously with the parent-grandparent lens, and I'm not happy at my kid's school, but the school I want to put my kid in is full, do I just not start complaining that,
We just,
little Johnny's being picked on?
approved a board policy, I think, for bullying, if I remember right.
Yes.
So let me pull that one up just real quickly and see if it, speaks to that at all.
Right.
Like the definition of bullying and how we're,
But there's no,
I'm also
Just
looking
for
at that ed code, 46600, section 4B, and it says, for purposes of this subdivision, a victim of an act of bullying means a pupil that has been determined to have been a victim of bullying by an investigation pursuant to the complaint process described in section 234.1, and the bullying was committed by a pupil in the school district of residence, and the parents of the pupil has filed a written complaint regarding the bullying with the school district personnel, or a local law enforcement agency.
so is that the ed code 46600?
Yes,
that
that's
works?
correct.
board policy.
Right,
before it's
that works
approved.
then, it's not just any
Fine,
random,
that whole-
accusation, oh, my kid's being bullied, move them over. Okay. All right, thank you very much for answering those questions. I tried to be organized about it.
Perfect. Any, so no suggestions for language changes that I remember?
I mean, I don't like some of it, but if it's required, it's required.
Okay. Dan, you got anything on this?
No, I'm just fine.
Thank you, sir. Roger?
It's good to me.
Okay, Maya?
Just had the little question, the last sentence on second page, eligible for free and reduced price meals. Is that like everybody, because we feed everybody?
Actually, they have to fill out the annual income survey, and based on the results of the annual income survey, that determines whether they would be, even though we have universal meals, whether that household would qualify for free or reduced meal pricing, and those are the students that we transport free of charge right now.
And we use that information for many other things as well.
For our unduplicated pupil count,
Right.
it's used for a wide variety of things. Thrive programs, and transportation.
So if meals are no longer relevant because we
It's not
feed
the
every-
actual receipt of meals, it's the eligibility if we were still
If we
creating
were under
eligibility for
universal meals.
But then
yes.
let's call it so low income, whatever income level is.
It's not what the state calls it. And it's a difference between, we have universal meals in California, and they still have to do income eligibility to, and it's still called eligible for free or reduced meal. Like, it's the language of the government.
If universal meals was to go away tomorrow,
Correct.
we would still be
That's-
doing the free or reduced
done
price
through
meals classifications.
The Department of Agriculture or something.
And if it goes away,
It
then
is annoying, but it is what we are stuck working
That's what
with.
it is.
Okay.
All right, any other questions for staff or suggestions of changes?
I didn't hear anything that makes it need to come back, so I'll move approval.
I'll second it.
Got a motion, a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is item H5. This is the first reading of Board Bylaw 9250, remuneration, reimbursement, and other benefits.
As of the June 9th board meeting, the board discussed CSBA's sample language for Board Bylaw 9250. Based on the input and direction provided during that discussion, the following revisions were made to the draft bylaw. Under the compensation section in option 2, the amount of $240 was entered as the allowable monthly compensation in accordance with Ed Code 35120. Strike-throughs were applied to the section regarding compensation for student board members, as well as to option 1 under the health and welfare benefits for former board members. Tonight, the revised bylaw is being presented for a first reading. This serves as the opportunity for the board to have further discussion about the available options under the sections compensation and health and welfare benefits for current board members. This bylaw will have to return for a second reading at the August board meeting, at which time it may be adopted with any additional amendments the board chooses to make.
All right, any questions or comments?
I have one.
Okay.
So option 2 is actually option 1 because each member of the governing board may receive the maximum monthly compensation as provided per the Ed Code, which is $240. So option 2 is actually reserved if the amount is different from option 1 from the maximum allowed under the Ed Code. We are using the number that's maximum under the Ed Code, so maybe leave number option 2 blank and just keep option 1 and add which is $240. So the public knows how much it is, but it is the maximum amount for the district our size. So I would like option 1 to read, each member of the governing board may receive maximum monthly compensation as provided for in education code such and such number, comma, which is for the district our size, $240, something like this.
Yeah, I had a similar approach, but I went kind of the opposite way on it. I went with option 2, reading each member of the governing board may receive a monthly compensation of $240 with the cited Ed Code subject to update in accordance with Ed Code. So that we wouldn't need to revisit it every time that changes, since we know that the state legislature is looking at it currently.
Okay,
It would give our board policy more lasting power without revision.
which the public does know that's the maximum amount. They may think, oh, we're just so modest, but we just can't take anymore. So let's then maybe change option 2. Okay, let's work with option 2. Each member of the governing board may receive a monthly compensation of $240, which is the maximum monthly compensation as provided for in the Ed Code 35120.
Because I think that the state is going to update Ed Code if they change that. So
Oh.
anybody that would read this policy would then be able to refer to Ed Code to know what the amount is. Anytime that it would change.
Say it again, I'm not following.
So I think
Right.
our question here is, which one do we prefer as a board, option 1 or option 2? Is that right?
Well, it sounds like Maya and I both are thinking that neither of these exactly represents our personal position.
Okay, then
But I
let's-
think we
let's-
both have the same position. It's
Let's
just
come
how we
up
get there.
with wording that works and
Right.
call it option 1.5.
I would just add that option 1, saying may receive the maximum monthly compensation, I believe is in place because it can also be a lesser amount. Option
Oh.
2 just gives the a very specific finite amount.
Okay.
And so I think
I'm fine
1
with
would
that.
still need to stay, and then we could do option 2 with the
And
additional
then,
language that
but
you've
with
both
option 1,
talked
we
about.
would not need to visit this anytime the state changes what they're doing. Okay,
You would just follow it.
all right. Yep,
So can I clarify this?
yeah.
Okay, so
Please do.
to me, I guess I'm going to clarify it by asking questions. Question 1, I don't ever have to submit a reimbursement form. I don't have to submit a mileage form.
Well,
So
you
that
still
would-
would.
Still would.
You still would, and it's later in the policy.
Okay, so this is in addition to.
This
These
is
are
a stipend.
Meeting stipends.
It's a
I
per
believe.
meeting stipend,
Oh.
unrelated to travel.
I was enjoying coming and meeting till, midnight. I don't know.
Moving through, when I see option 3 ends here, and then the very next section, on an annual basis, the board may increase the compensation beyond the limit delineated in Ed Code and et cetera. I would strike that. I can't imagine that we would or should exceed the amount provided for in Ed Code.
Great, let's jump on that.
Option.
Is there support to strike that language?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm for that.
Sorry, which language?
Option 3.
The
Well,
member-
no, it's after option 3.
It's the
The
first
paragraph
paragraph.
reads, on an annual basis, the
Okay.
board may increase the compensation of board members beyond the limit delineated in Ed Code. And then 5% increase. I would say we should strike that. I would not support going in excess of Ed Code.
Okay, it sounds like we have support, correct?
Okay, yes.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay. So on page 2, reimbursement of expenses, Roger, here's what you were talking about, I think. Board members shall be reimbursed for actual and necessary, I would insert the word travel, expenses incurred when performing authorized services for the district. And I would say period. I would not include the listing of expenses for travel, telephone, business, meals, authorized, yeah, I would just leave it off with that one sentence.
So you're saying just strike all that
Yes.
when it says authorized purposes may include, just leave it out.
Correct.
Yeah, because it already says travel expenses incurred.
Yes.
Okay.
And board member, in the next sentence, board members shall be reimbursed for travel expenses incurred when performing services. That is redundant. I would not
Right.
include that, but I would leave the ed code citation.
So Don, let me back up a sec.
Yes.
Is there support to strike expenses for travel, telephone, business meals, on and on and on? As Don suggested. Is there support for that?
Which one are you talking about? There's two different paragraphs.
So I believe it was the,
I would say in paragraph 1, only leave the first sentence, but insert the word necessary travel expenses. I would just leave the first sentence only, strike the remainder. In the, what looks to be the second paragraph here, I would strike that, but I would leave the ed code citation that provides further reimbursement.
I see. So you're talking about remove the second sentence,
Remove, expenses for travel, telephone, business meals, or other authorized purposes shall be in accordance with the policies established for district personnel and at the same rate of reimbursement. Board members shall be reimbursed for travel expenses incurred when performing services directed by the board. I would strike those things that I just read.
the last two sentences.
Correct.
is there support? Or let me say this, is there any opposition to that? Hearing none,
I don't-
my assumption is we support it.
Yeah, I think it's fine, just the one sentence.
Okay.
Okay?
Is saying the same thing
Leave the ed code.
with
yeah.
less words.
Yes, exactly.
If I can interject for just a second, if you put necessary travel expenses incurred, what about expenses incurred that aren't travel related?
Well, that's where it gets into personal expenses. It details them in the next two paragraphs.
So, yeah. Okay, we could take travel out, you're right, because we may not travel to do the thing that we may need
Oh, there you
reimbursement
go,
for.
yeah.
Yep, thank you, Tori. I appreciate
Thank
that. That's why you're the pro. Okay. Trying to move.
So there
Efficiently.
was,
Yes,
um,
striking the language, including striking my suggestion of the word travel.
So now how does it read?
Board members shall be reimbursed for actual and necessary expenses incurred when performing authorized services for the district. Ed
Period.
code 35044.
I like
Okay,
that.
Then what about the two paragraphs after?
I'm getting there. You ready? Okay. I thought those paragraphs read pretty well. But when I got to this section, board member skills, knowledge, participation in regional, state, or national organizations whose activities affect the district's interest, attendance at district or community events, and meetings with state or federal officials on issues of community concern. I thought there should be something there that specified more related to issues under the purview of Ramona Unified School District. Some of us do a lot of activities that are of community concern that I would not expect the school district to reimburse me for,
Right.
right?
So,
So it needs to be my activities related to things under the school district purview.
Related to issues, say it again?
Yeah. It would say meetings with state or federal officials on issues related, issues under the purview of Ramona Unified School District.
Is there support for that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Suggestion?
That's just clarifying it.
Yeah. I don't expect
Hands
you
up.
to reimburse me
Yeah.
for something I might do for planning group or, something else,
Okay,
right?
is there any opposition? You're on, Don.
Okay, great. Moving down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the 6th paragraph on the same page, where it says board members may use district-issued credit cards while on official district business and consistent. I would strike that. I don't think that we should be issuing any district credit cards to board members.
Right, I agree.
I agree.
Okay.
Okay, any opposition? You're on, Don.
All right. Then we get to the options regarding health and welfare benefits, and my preference was for option 1. Open to suggestions, and if other people have done their homework and have some comments, I would love to hear it. I'm just one person. What do you guys think?
I'm in agreement. Roger?
So
I know Roger studied this.
No, well, so if we choose to do this, the district is going to pay for our premium.
If we choose.
Yep.
Right. So we don't pay anything.
It says to the same extent it pays for district employees. That is option one.
At this time.
But,
Option two
right,
is different.
okay, it's just, okay, in the same extent that the district pays for the employees.
Yeah.
Got it.
And that's currently the 85-15.
Right.
Split.
You pay you're paying whatever going rate with the plan that you want
Right.
to choose.
Mhm.
Right.
My understanding, option two is that board members would pay the full bill without any district participation in the cost.
Right. That's what
Option-
that says.
Option three is a set amount that the district would pay towards any health benefits that the board member may purchase.
Yeah, I'm not for that.
Seems a little complicated and probably not the best. Thus, my opinion was for option one at this time. You could change my mind. Not at this time. We're getting there. Any thoughts?
Yes. Some of us are older than others on this board. Some of us have their health care completely under control and are happy with it. But I would not vote to deny any other members of the board health care just because I'm fine.
Right.
And you can, just choose not to sign up.
Right.
Correct.
Do not enroll.
Right. Which
Um,
I do.
Yeah. So I guess that would exclude option two and option three at this time if we're selecting option one, right? These are options.
Well,
Okay.
option two would be the full cost, which is
Right. Yeah.
a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So moving through, we get to health and welfare benefits for former board members, and that's really interesting. I didn't really give too much thought to what former board members we have that could be affected by this, but by choosing option one, it says any former board member who served at least one term may participate in the health and welfare benefits program at his or her own expense if coverage is in effect at the time he or she leaves office. Then it wouldn't really matter about all past former board members, right?
I've kind of studied this out now.
Yeah.
So this is really from the time that you stop being a board member to the time that you would get Medicare,
Right.
because there's no need to do it after that. So we don't really have anybody that I know of unless they wanted to do it, but that'd be like Dan Lopez or somebody.
But
like
it
that.
would have to be,
No, I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm just saying
Oh,
in
yeah.
general in
Mhm.
all the options.
right.
But option one, we don't. The only people that we have, I think, are already 65 or older.
So
Or
I
deceased.
think,
That would be like Mr. Rivera, that served back in the 90s.
I think that in order to be eligible for this, they would have had to sign up for it within 6 months of leaving office. I'm pretty sure that's in the provision.
You mean 6 months prior to leaving office?
6
or-
months after within that 6 month window after they left office.
So can we make sure of that?
Absolutely.
Well, it does say something
Because
about
if
that.
it's in effect at the time when he or she leaves office, but I don't know if that's,
And they have 6 months after that window to sign up for it. And
can we insert
pretty
that
sure.
language here?
I think it's in.
But it's not cited here, so if we want that, then we would have to put
So
that.
I will take that task on, because we can't approve tonight, it has to come back anyway.
Mm-hmm.
I will take that task on. If I find it, I'll distribute that information to
Okay.
the superintendent.
Oh, no,
If I
it-
don't find it,
It's already in here.
oh, is it?
Well,
It's
there's a
in op-
government code, but I'm not sure that prohibits
It's-
us from
it's in op-
allowing.
It's in option two. At the end of it, it says, if coverage is in effect at the time of retirement.
Yeah, but I also think that
I don't think that's the
they have
same.
that 6 month
Right.
window after that to sign up.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
If they go
Right.
7 months, then they're not eligible to come back and sign up. So I'll take this task on.
Great.
I'll do the research. I'll
Thank
get
you.
the information to the superintendent.
I appreciate
If
that.
you don't hear anything, that means I'm making it up.
And that was, that concludes my remarks at this time.
Mr. Summers, you got anything?
No, I'm good.
Roger?
Yeah, I was just gonna add, in option 2, where it says any former board member leaving the board after at least one term of office may participate in the health and welfare benefit program at his or her own expense if coverage is in the effect at the time of the retirement. And then above that, I don't know if that one needs to be, no, then it also says any other former board member who served at least one term may participate in the health and welfare benefit program at his or her own expense if coverage is in effect. It's kind of saying the same thing. So, I don't think it's fair that it's only one term and you get it thereafter. I think that's kind of, it feels wrong to me.
It's at their own expense, though.
Still.
Yes, and what, does that mean that a former board member, could come to the district and say, I want to sign up now? I'm about to retire from my day job, so I want to buy into the district benefits, even though they're not serving at this time? And
Well-
are we okay with that, if that is what that means? It is at their own expense. It's just giving the opportunity to buy into the group plan.
So that, I don't know, but one term doesn't. In the past, when we had this on here, it was always, you had to serve 4 terms.
I see that there's a stricken section on
What?
up,
Lifetime paid.
It was what?
yes.
After 4 terms to get it paid, get it covered.
It actually says here that
says-
it was 12 years. So you can see in the middle of the page, the option 1, benefits paid by district, that has been stricken.
Yeah.
The district shall pay the premiums for health and welfare of any former board member who served in office after January 1981, and beginning before 1995, and has served for 12 or more years. Maybe that's what you're thinking of in the duration of service?
Maybe, but, I didn't serve before 1995, so I haven't really given it too much
I
thought.
thought you'd been here forever.
I haven't been here that long. But to me, if we want to give it to former board members, I think it should be similar to this, to the spirit of the law back in the 80s to 90s, and it should be 12 years, or in this case, that would be 3 terms. And then I think also, when you say here at his or her own expense, so I had a chance to talk to, I didn't write her name down, but the person that you, Connie? Yeah, I had a chance to talk to her about what's fair and what's not fair. Because I think it should be fair. I mean, we have employees, and she was saying that this 12-year thing was fair to her, and she also said, which I thought was good advice, that if we gave for the retirement portion only to board members that decide to retire from the board, we gave them the bridge, so that's wherever they are up to 65. She felt that was fair too, but they needed to serve their time, like
Whatever it is.
right.
1 term, 2 terms,
Well,
10
typically
years,
you have to
12,
do at least
whatever.
10 years to retire, right? Isn't that right? Or is it 15 to get the bridge? What is it?
I think our bridge is.
It's 15.
It's 15. So we make it. So if
So
that's
we
what.
make it 15?
So we make it 15. I think that would be fair. I mean, I don't
Okay.
think I would do
So,
it, but
Yeah, you don't know.
the
So is
bridge-
there a way to write that language in? And it's not an option that's listed here currently. This would be a different option.
We
I'd
will
like
discuss
to
it with
get
legal and make sure that that's
opinions.
okay and that
Right.
it doesn't
Yeah.
go against any government
Right.
code or ed code.
Yeah.
We will definitely, we can look into that.
So it would be an option. So we can talk about,
Yeah.
you're gonna research something, that'll be an option, and a retirement bridge program would be an option, right?
See, I already get all that through my own employment.
Yeah.
But I see the value of having this for board members that really do serve and
Right,
support this community. I think it's a good thing. And then that would also, like it says down here at the bottom, they could choose to have their spouse. So it could be where it's you pay for yourself, you pay for you and your spouse, and then
Right.
and then you can pay for you and additional dependents.
yeah.
So it'd be the same
So
exact.
whatever
plan,
it is you're picking applies to your family, just
Yeah.
as it would for, yeah,
just like
okay,
anybody, yeah. But it would end at 65 or whatever that cutoff is.
Medicare age.
right.
Yeah.
And you're proposing that you would pay for the board member and the spouse, but the rest of the partner and eligible children.
Well. there's
Yes, but, I mean,
yeah, there's the
This
cost.
says-
yeah. Is your mic off?
Yeah, what
He's
I'm
sitting
saying
back here with
is
his mic
that
off.
we adopt the same thing, the bridge program. So whatever the staff pays, board members would pay the same if they choose to do this retirement, health and benefits. And they would also have access to eye and dental. They could do those
Right.
too.
And currently, our bridge is for the employee.
Only?
Right.
Yeah.
Correct,
Yeah.
it's only for the employee.
Right.
Right.
If you are to cover family members beyond the employee, you pay the full cost.
Of
That's
that.
what the.
That's what I mean. That's what the bridge shows.
But that's
is that
not what
Yes.
this thing states.
you pay that full cost for your spouse and independent. I thought that's the way that it is on the bridge. I have it here.
That's correct, that's how it is on the bridge for certificated and management employees
So I'm
that
saying-
retire.
But I don't think the language that we're looking at here reflects your position.
Well, if it's possible, I'm saying to just match it. I think that would be very fair if that's possible. I don't know.
The language here on option 2 is for a former board member.
Well, it ends, option 2 ends above that. This is not option 2.
Oh, right, thank you.
This is a
Yeah, it's the
standalone
next, yeah, the
statement.
standalone piece is about a former board member shall be extended the opportunity to have benefits for themselves and
Their
a spouse and their children
children.
at their expense, at their own expense.
Right, and isn't that what
So
the
no
bridge
payment
does?
from the district. No, the bridge
Bridge-
pays for the person. The current bridge, yeah. Employee
Oh,
only
I
here
see, okay.
goes from 50,
So,
57
at
on.
the same level,
This
okay.
says should be extended at his or her expense.
Oh, okay.
Got it. Okay. That seems,
But we'll look in to see what you were talking about of
yep.
3 terms?
12 years.
12 years, yeah. 3 terms.
Or
12
just make it
years
15.
Or,
That would be 16
Oh,
actually.
Oh, if you did 15 years equivalent to the current program that we have for
that's-
employees.
That's pretty stringent.
For the retirement.
I don't know if I'd go that stringent. I
I
just know
just-
what it takes to serve for,
Mm-hmm.
like this, for this long. Yeah,
Then make it 3, I don't know.
I'm not sure I recommend it.
Well, it's a, it's a retirement, so
yeah.
it's not a,
True.
So we'll look into the options of 3 terms and 4 terms.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
and then the other thing is, we might want to just put something in there that this is only if you live in California. I clarified that. You cannot use this outside of California. And so I asked Connie about that. She goes, oh yeah, there's people that moved out of the state and they drive back to the state
Really?
to get their health care
Oh, wow.
that are employees,
Oh, gosh.
just so you know, because they left.
So like Kaiser, isn't Kaiser everywhere? It's
No.
Kaiser, but only here?
And if you
If
do,
that's
if
their selection?
if you do any of the like PPOs, they're only in California. They're not outside.
Do we have
of-
any control over that?
You don't. So
It's Lucia and Palomar.
yeah.
Okay.
Even when your child goes to Alabama to go to college.
Yes.
Or Oregon.
Just as an example.
Yes.
Got it.
Or if they
Okay.
move to Missouri and work for a little while, you've got to do special things
So
when they
but-
need to get
but
medical
Dawn, I
care.
see-
Okay, yeah.
So
can't fix
so just to
that.
clarify, if you're a current board, if we do it like this, if you're a current board member, you have the same plan that employees would have
Okay,
to get health care. But if you're a retiree, that's where we're saying, if we could make it the bridge, that would be a nice incentive for retirees. And this doesn't even, because I've looked into all this, it doesn't benefit me at all.
Right.
I wouldn't do any of this.
I think all of us have benefits elsewhere, at least at this time. But we have had board members in the past that,
It-
that have
Would've
participated in the district's health and benefits program.
Correct.
Not at this time, as far as I know, but,
Yeah, but anyways, that's what I
Yep.
think.
Okay, so this will come back to us with the suggested changes, a little bit of research, and our August meeting. Are we comfortable moving on? Did you have something?
Yeah, just, did I miss paragraph 2 from the top, page 2, that health and welfare benefits provided to board members shall be extended at the same level to their spouse, children, specified. So did we strike it or did we keep it? So if we kept it, does mean the district will pay 85 and the for all the children, the spouse?
are you looking at
spouse,
page 3?
Page, is it page 3?
It,
Right on.
it's
Pardon
for
me, yeah, that's
whatever
page 3, yes.
option.
Page
Yeah.
3.
So
Um,
we decided to keep, to pay for the spouse at the same rate and for all 5 or 8 kids?
We decided option 1. There's 3 options.
I'm talking,
Right.
not, there's no option, that's what
after
it
option.
says.
Which paragraph,
Page
Maya?
3,
Page
Yes.
4.
Health and
There's
welfare
option 1,
benefits.
2, and 3.
Page 3, and then where?
second paragraph from the top, right after option 3 ends here. So that
Yes.
sentence seems to be standalone. I don't know if it belongs to any option. Doesn't look like to me it belongs to any option. Because it's below option 3.
Yes,
Hence.
it means that if you're getting health and welfare benefits, that your spouse and children would also be eligible.
So we kept it, we didn't strike it.
No.
So we
were talking
decided
about
to-
that in a different section regarding retired board members.
This is not retirees.
That's not
Right.
retirees, no, that's active board
Right.
members. So we will pay
Yes.
for active board member, spouse, and all 3, 5, 8 kids the same rate as for the board member, correct?
I'm not
Okay.
sure it's charged per kids. It's usually
Family. It
an
goes-
individual, a couple, or
Okay,
a family.
well-
Yeah, it
So
goes,
plus 1 and then
it
family.
goes
Right.
1, 2, and then
Right.
plus.
Right,
Okay.
yeah,
And then that's also dental and eye.
yeah.
You can get that too.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this will
Okay,
be coming
thank you.
back to us in August. Next item on the
Team.
agenda is item H6, which is the approval of Ramona Unified School District budget for the 2025-2026 school year.
You mean the reason we came tonight?
Right, yeah.
Along with LCAP, correct?
Pretty fun.
President Drum and board members, the proposed 2025-26 district budget was presented at the June 9th board meeting, and the required public hearing commenced at that time. During the presentation, you received detailed information on projected general fund revenues and expenditures for the upcoming fiscal year, along with a multi-year financial projection. At this time, the district is recommending approval and adoption of the 25-26 budget as previously presented.
All right, we had our presentation last meeting, and I believe a public hearing, maybe? Yes? Questions or comments? for
I
staff?
move to approve.
All
Said-
set. Oh,
Go ahead.
Maya seconded.
We got an approval in
Why
a
did you
second?
say second?
Well, it sounds like you did.
Well, then you did.
Then I
Yeah,
seconded.
you did.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Maya, do you have a question?
Yes, I noticed that our expenditures are about 8 million more than our revenues. And that's what we received in this board agenda today, but in the draft we received a week ago, the numbers were slightly different. It was expenditures were
Mrs. Phillips,
Yeah.
those highlighted places were last year's numbers. So we explained that that is just a placeholder for the current numbers, which you'll see in the green sheet.
okay. Oh, it says 25, 26. Said last year.
The heading at that time
Yes, but
was
not the
changed,
highlighted part.
but the yellow numbers had not been changed yet on the draft you received
Okay.
initially. what is been in the published board packet absolutely matches what was presented at the last board meeting on June 9th.
But how did it happen that our expenditures are 8 million more than our revenues?
We have a structural deficit where we are absolutely spending more in it. We have more expenditures than we do revenues coming in, and so the only way we are able to do that is because we have fund balance that has carried over from 23-24 into 24-25, and thus we will have ending fund balance at the end of 24-25 that will go into 25-26. But it is depleting, and therefore we have a structural deficit that we have to address. We need to bring our expenditures down because fund balance will only sustain us for so long.
So what causes the structural deficit? Where are we spending too much?
I think a little bit everywhere.
Absolutely. Expenditures have grown at a rate far surpassing our revenues, and a lot of that is our revenues are not growing with expenditures because we have declining enrollment. So we don't have an increase of students coming in generating more funds, and we have students leaving, so we are in decline. However, our expenditures are increasing, and that's, like I highlighted at the last meeting, it's special ed costs, salary and benefit costs, utilities, insurance. It's a wide variety of things that are contributing to the structural deficit.
It's possible for us to have a balanced budget.
That's what we're working towards out in the outlying fiscal years.
So what prevented us from having balanced budget this year?
We've had fund balance that has been able to sustain us to a certain point, and we've had a large fund balance, but that's absolutely why we are having to look at budget reductions commencing in 26-27.
Large fund balance meaning leftover money from last year? What does it mean?
From prior years, yes.
So it means we had more revenue previous years than expenditures if we had a lot of money left
Not
over?
in recent years, but yes, we have at times.
You have any more questions?
Do you know how much our district spent on legal in the last school year?
I don't have those numbers in front of me at this time, but
Mrs. Phillips, that's part of your public records request, so that will be delivered to you in the timeline required by law. That's coming.
And it's not part of this item because this is the 25-26 budget.
Yeah, one of the examples was special education that went up a little over $2 million, if I remember correctly. That is unplanned, unexpected. Those were costs that we have not seen before. So that's just one example that Mrs. Long went in detail about in the presentation at the last meeting on the costs that have gone up.
But those are one-time dollars, right?
No,
No.
because those are due to IEPs that don't go away after a year. That's going to be coming this year as well.
So that's
And
not
we
all.
just will work really hard to make sure that's where it stays and doesn't keep increasing. We had a lot of discussions in cabinet about, we have these significant increases. Our job now is to hold that. But as you know, with an IEP, we don't dictate students that qualify for special education services. So that is always one of the figures that is unpredictable.
And it's the absolute hope that we can mainstream some of these students as well as get them back into the general ed setting as well. And, but that doesn't always happen, and that takes time as well.
So are there any more questions specific to this agenda item?
Yes.
Okay.
Question about funding, but I'm not sure if Tori will be able to answer it, or it's...
I'll do my best, Ms. Phillips.
Yeah. So what are we doing to protect our federal funding? Because there are several requirements that the federal government put out for the districts to comply. Otherwise, they're going to pull federal funding. For example, to comply with Title IX, which we don't. To comply with the YAS certification, we didn't. The latest one was that just recently came out to remove gender identity from sex ed federal programs. Or from sex ed education gender identity. So I don't know if we our district is working on that. So what are we doing to protect federal funding?
At this time, I do not know of any federal funding that is in jeopardy of being cut, except for the potential of Title III at this moment. And that was spoken about earlier this evening, and that is roughly about $50,000. We don't receive directly other federal funds that are in jeopardy of being reduced or cut at this time. That could potentially change, but at this moment, there is not that I'm not seeing that happening.
So what federal funds are we receiving for special ed?
We receive IDEA funds, and those are in no way in jeopardy of being cut.
What is IDEA?
The funding mechanism and how they're delivered to us may change, but those dollars and the levels of funding at this time are not in jeopardy of being reduced or being eradicated.
Okay, are there any other questions?
So the issue between the federal government and whatever other entities they are trying to compel into a certain way of operation, their beef isn't with Ramona Unified.
Absolutely not.
It may be with the state,
Correct.
but it's not with us.
No, it's not.
Or other districts.
Well said.
Sure.
Yes, potentially other districts because of other special grants they've received for very specific purposes, but we do not have any of those grants that have been subject to reductions.
Right. It's not that those districts did anything wrong. They applied for programs that were approved. However, those funds have been taken. So
They've been cut, exactly.
we do not have that happening here at this time.
Okay, are there any other questions for staff on this agenda item? All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Motion carries 4-1. Next item on the agenda is item H7. This is the approval of Resolution 2024-2025-2026 to update uncommitted fund balances in accordance with GASB Board Statement 54 and Board Policy 3100.
With the approval and adoption of the 25-26 budget, it is necessary to adopt a resolution to update the district's committed fund balances in accordance with the GASB Statement 54 and Board Policy 3100. The information outlined in the resolution 2425-26 is consistent with what was presented during the budget presentation at the June 9th board meeting. The district recommends approval of this resolution to commit fund balances for the purposes specified in the resolution for the 25-26 fiscal year.
Any questions for staff on this agenda item? Is there a okay.
I see that we still reserve $1.5 million for textbooks, for textbook adoption. I remember Leslie was telling us that we drastically reduced the number of textbooks we're buying. We're not buying a book for each student anymore.
Does this specifically pertain to this agenda item?
H7?
Okay?
Yeah.
So the answer is
yes.
yes? Okay.
Yes, it does pertain. I'm asking why we still start spending $1.5 million on textbooks if we only buy very little textbooks, like for one classroom, like 30 kids, because you were saying, we no longer need to buy a textbook for each student.
Typical K-12 textbook adoption runs about $1 million. We're wrapping up history, social science, K-8 this year. It was about $600,000 for the K-8 adoption, which you won't see in that 1.5 right there because it came out of the 24-25. We'll be moving into math and then language arts again. It's a continual process. So we set aside our lottery money that is allocated to us for purchasing instructional materials. We take that money and we set it aside so that every year, because we have that 7-year cycle of adopting materials, and just because we might not buy a hard book for every child, we have to buy an e-book for every child. That doesn't mean that we're not paying for that ebook. We still pay for the ebook, and we pay for the hard book, and we pay for the extra hard books that can be checked out if students need them. We also have to pay for any of the lab materials that go with it. So it's not an unreasonable amount to have that there, knowing that just about every year we are going to have some sort of textbook adoption as we continue to move forward.
Is an ebook cost about the same as hard book or not?
It depends on the publisher.
And also, for the record, what is stabilization arrangement?
The
the
Fund
line.
17 stabilization arrangement is in accordance to, we have to have those funds set aside so that if we ever go below our 5%, that is our board-approved reserve level, that we have funds available to help keep us at that 5%. And that's what Fund 17 is for.
Thank you.
Keeps us from going in the negative
Yes, and keeps us solvent.
under any circumstance.
Mm-hmm.
Is that cash on hand?
Yes,
That's what I thought. Okay.
it is.
So if the state, for whatever reason, withheld the money that passes to us, we would still be able to function at least for a little while,
For a very little while.
right?
1.8 million does not go
Yeah.
far at all.
Yeah.
But yes, that is cash on hand at the county treasury, and it can't be taken.
All right, are there any more questions? We have a motion and a second,
Do we?
don't we?
I don't have record of that.
Okay, I will entertain a motion. No, that was for the budget.
Yeah, this is new.
Thank you, everybody. I will entertain a motion on item H7.
I'll move approval.
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Yes.
Next item on the agenda is item H8. This is the approval of Resolution 2024-2025-2027 to identify the amount budget reductions needed in 26-27 and 27-28.
Say that again.
Governing Board, the final resolution requiring approval this evening pertains to the budget reductions that are necessary beginning in 26-27. Based on our current data and our best projections of future revenues and expenditures, the district will need to reduce its budget by $4.1 million in both 26-27 and 27-28. As discussed at the last board meeting and during the budget presentation, the district will be developing a budget stabilization plan to address the structural deficit. A comprehensive expenditure analysis will be conducted to identify areas for potential cost savings. The goal of this plan is to develop a multi-year strategy that ensures fiscal solvency while maintaining high-quality programs and services. Additionally, when the 25-26 first interim report is submitted for your approval in December, we will also be required to provide SDCOE, the San Diego County Office of Ed, a detailed list of proposed budget reductions for the out years. At this time, the district recommends approval of this resolution authorizing the intent to implement necessary budget reductions in 26-27 and 27-28.
I move approval.
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second. Any questions for staff?
Yes. So if our budget deficit is $8 million this year, $9 million projected for next year, how are we only trying to cut $4 million?
That comes later.
We have sufficient fund balance that will keep us above our 5% threshold and allow us to not have to make such large cuts in 1 year and rather parse them out over 2 years, which is a bit more sustainable. So that is why we are looking to do this over those 2 years, and rather than try to cut almost, 8% of our budget in 1 year.
So it will be 8 or 9 million over the course of 2 years.
It'll be over 8 million over the 2 years.
Yeah. Thank you.
I was just gonna say, in just a few years after that, we get about $2 million boost every single year, because we'll have paid for the COP.
Right.
Yes, in 2030.
2, I think. 2 or 3, something like that.
I think it might be a few years after that, actually, but I can let
Okay.
you know. But yes, in the
coming.
2030s, I'll just say that to be safe. In the 2030s, we will pay off the COP, the certificates of participation, and with that, there will be $2 million that will be less in expenditures because that debt service will be paid in full.
I don't think anybody really saw that. It seemed like so far out, but
Yeah.
it's getting closer.
It's farther out than what our projections allow us to go at this time, but
Right.
yes, it is out there. There is light.
Close.
Yeah.
Are there any,
Done the math on who's gonna still be here.
are there any other questions for staff on this agenda item? All right, pretty sure we have a motion and a second this
We
time.
do.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries 5-0. Did you vote yes?
Yes.
Okay, motion carries 5-0. Next item on the agenda is item I-1, which is the superintendent's report.
Thank you, President Drum. Members of the board, just wanted to highlight a few things that are going on this summer. Want to acknowledge our summer crews, the work that they've already been jumping into. We've been out of school a couple weeks now. We've got bids on roofs, air ducts, parking lots, other items that we're still working on getting bids on with other projects. As we've discussed, budget issues are significant, so we'll be deciding which projects are the highest priority as we move forward. There's a lot of work happening right now. Building identification projects are going on. We're planning to have 3 schools completed by the end of summer. We're excited about those projects. Additionally, restrooms in the welding building are being addressed for the first time in a very long time, and really going to be in a much better shape very soon, along with the restrooms at the high school near the pool entrance that have been out of commission for quite a while. There's some significant work happening there from our crew that got to see some pictures last couple days on their progress. So, and then most recently, we want to acknowledge Mrs. Antoinette Rodriguez, who had a proclamation read about her yesterday from Joel Anderson's office, member of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors for our region, that June 25th was Antoinette Rodriguez Day in honor of her hard work, dedication, follow-through, and bulldog approach to contributing to the fire science pathway at Ramona High School. There were many firefighters, fire science students, and RUSD leadership that attended the event to honor her work. And speaking of her work, her last day of work is tomorrow after serving RUSD for 31 years as a teacher, coach, assistant principal, and principal. So long distinguished career. We're really excited for her to enjoy retirement. It's also worth noting that we're extremely happy about our math department at RHS in terms of staffing for next school year. As of today, I had to double check today, we're not replacing any math teachers for next year, which is the first time in over 10 years that has happened. Some years we've had to hire 4 math teachers. So having that have to repeat every year is a real burden. So it's going to have a significant impact on our students this coming year. We're excited about that. We want to thank the board for working with the budget and the raises, our staff for building a culture and climate that makes this possible. Improvements like this will help our programs for many years to come and give us an opportunity to build on the successes each year rather than having to start over. Speaking of personnel, our HR office has been working tirelessly to hire quality staff, and as of today, we only have 3 certificated staff openings, which is significant. We do still need some speech and language pathologists, and that's kind of an ongoing thing, but of the other positions, only 3 right now. One of the significant issues, however, that we still have is 44 openings in our classified ranks, and that is something that's not new across the state right now, but we'll be looking for remedies in the future. There isn't any really light at the end of that tunnel right now, and it's significant because our classified staff make a significant impact in our RUSD every single day. So just want to give kudos to our HR team, Tony, Christina, Rainey, Bree, Jessica, and Kylie, as they've been just really working out a system and making some continuous improvements there to really address our personnel needs. We do have one management opening, assistant principal at RHS, and those interviews are coming up very soon in July. So, and I just want to give kudos to our current cabinet. Tony couldn't be here tonight, but just in working through, they're already tapped with very long weeks and long work hours and busy departments, but they're still taking on improvement processes. We had a couple-hour meeting yesterday, I think, about registration, and these are things that we've had staff go and look at other districts that are doing things well, and our cabinet is not afraid of tackling improvement processes every single day, and it's awesome to watch. I appreciate their input tonight. Just experts in their field, and the preparation they do for board meetings is unmatched. So huge kudos to them. We appreciate Sean and technology for helping us out as well, and Karina coordinating everything, and including our crew that prepared the boardroom tonight. So thank you all.
Thank you, sir. We'll move on to board member reports and comments. Dan.
Thank you. I want to congratulate Sean on the great job you did this month in the batteries.
Thank you, Sean.
We struggled last month without you.
I've got a community announcement that will certainly involve the school district. The Archie Moore Memorial Fund is progressing really well. Congressman Issa is going through the legal procedure of having our Ramona Post Office renamed the Archie Moore Memorial Post Office.
Oh, that's great.
And that would be the location of the statue when we get around to it. So we're making progress, and it's good news for the whole community.
It is. That's nice.
Is that it, sir?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Dawn?
Not too much since our last meeting. I must say, this is the most substantial second board meeting in June that I've
I apologize.
ever attended for this school district. I'm used to buzzing in here for, a 15 or 20 minute June meeting and then popping out of here when it's still light. However, I appreciate everybody's willingness to do the business of the district and staff for preparing what was a lot of material that we were asking for this meeting. So thank you all for what you did. And just on a different note, the boardroom looks great. I don't know who did this and how, but everything is with precision. It looks really good. Thank you, Karina, if that was you that helped with that. I don't know, but it looks really good in here. So thank you very much. Pass it on to whoever was involved. Yeah. Very nice.
Please pass on our thanks.
Yes.
I have nothing to report. Roger?
I just want to say that I'm really impressed with the staff listening to our concerns about the curriculum in our English class and like currently working on making the adjustment. I'm really glad to hear that, but just impressed that they took that upon themselves. And then also, I just more of a correspondence thing. I did meet with Daryl Issa's office up in Washington, D.C. just the last 2 days. And then also, that was basically pitching an idea about, because we know, basically we know that there's a lot of cuts going on in the federal government. So we're trying to make sure that we ensure our after-school dollars. The 21st century grants are kind of hanging by a thread here. We'll see if that actually happens. That's why I was bringing that up. So we pitched a concept to him and then also to our state senators, but we were not able to meet with Senator Padilla. We're not really sure. They're just not letting anybody come in. So we were able to meet with Adam Schiff, and they were all really welcoming, whether they were Democrat or Republican, of this idea, and I wanted to share it with you because it's kind of a unique idea. Instead of actually asking for monies from education, we're asking monies directly from the military funding. So if you think about it, there's like billions of dollars that goes to military funding, and it's the only budget that is consistently passed every year. The only one. All the other ones, it's not consistent. So we're asking for 0.25%, which is usually about $1 billion or less. It's not a lot. And that is to use that money specifically for recruitment of individuals to go into STEM fields. So that could do a lot of things. That could pay for curriculum and for materials and for equipment in PLTW classes. That could pay for registration for robotics teams. So that could do those kind of things. It could pay for a biomedical lab. So anyways, we know that STEM is a big issue, and funding it is an issue, and so if those kind of things go away, we're just trying to ensure at least that will continue. And so we pitched those ideas, and there seems to be actually some positive interest in that, and we're hoping that that will go through when everything else gets cut. Because it's not an increase of any dollars. So I wanted you to be aware of what I was doing. Don't worry, I won't ask for any reimbursement of anything for that. That was kind of on my own accord. And I took students with me, but I'm thinking that maybe I should take Ramona students with me too next time. I'll have to talk to Mr. Dunn about that, see who we can bring. That'd be fun. Anyways,
All
have
right.
a great summer.
Thank you. Maya?
Yes. The main topic of this board meeting was budget. I would like to comment on that. And thank you so much for preparing this, all those numbers and answering my questions. I really appreciate it. But still, I'm concerned that the budget is structured around $8 or $9 million in deficit spending this school year, next school year. That's, I think, a significant amount for a district of our size. I would like to see a more balanced budget. That's why I have consistently voted against increased spending and additional expenses in recent months. And I also believe that we must put every possible safeguard in place to protect our federal funding. We can't afford to take any risks in that area. And when I voted no on the budget, I respectfully would like to request that the reason for my vote be clearly recorded in meeting minutes. I'm also concerned about our district's rising legal expenses. After reviewing our legal costs over the past 10 years, and I have the document with me, I found that we spent $173,000 in 22-23 year, $359,000 in 23-24, and $471,000 from August through September 2024 alone. That's only for the first half of the school year, 24-25. And I was wondering, is it even within our legal contracts? Because I don't remember seeing in the contracted services not to exceed contracts, like not to exceed $300,000 or even $400,000. I vaguely remember maybe not to exceed $200,000 somewhere, but I'm not sure. And at this rate of rising legal costs, I believe it would be fiscally prudent to consider hiring an attorney to serve in the role of a superintendent, someone who can handle legal matters directly and full-time, while allowing the assistant superintendents to focus exclusively on their respective areas of responsibility: education services, human resources, and administrative services. This approach could significantly reduce both the superintendent's reliance on external legal counsel and overall legal expenditures, potentially saving the district hundreds of thousands of dollars. Speaking of legal expenses, the memos from the educational services regarding ethnic studies indicate that the district consulted legal counsel repeatedly throughout the process, yet in their final memo dated May 20th, Ed Services ultimately acknowledged the very points I had been making since February, citing AB 101 multiple times, which confirmed that my interpretation was correct despite the fact that I'm not an attorney. I can't help but wonder how much money the district could have saved on legal fees related to ethnic studies had those concerns of mine been taken seriously from the beginning. I hope that's going to be relaxing summer for everyone, because we're not going to meet for another month and a half. So now I'm looking forward to the August meeting.
All right, thank you very much. Just a quick reminder that our next board meeting, we are dark in July. We will be reconvening on August 14th at 6 p.m. for closed session, and then hitting open session at 7. I want to thank staff for their preparation for tonight's meeting. Very professional, very well presented, and thank you all very much for tonight. That's it. We're adjourned. And we're not going back into closed session.